Hey, it's gone now. What happened?
All right, welcome everyone. I call the February 16th, 2021 Bothell regular city council meeting to order. Before we move on to the agenda items, I'd like to acknowledge our remote meeting format. Proclamation 20-28 regarding open public meetings is still in effect. Therefore, this meeting will be held entirely remotely. Public comment will be allowed both in writing or verbally. Sign-up sheets were provided by the city clerk's office via links from the agenda. The video of this meeting will be streamed live as well as recorded and available for later viewing on the city's YouTube channel. A call-in number was provided on the meeting agenda for the members of the public who wish to call in by phone to listen live to the meeting. If you have called in, we ask that you mute your device so as not to interfere with the meeting. If a participant fails to mute their connection and causes a disruption to the meeting, their connection will be terminated. For our phone-in callers during staff presentations, staff will make every effort to specify materials they are referencing so everyone can follow along. At this point, we'll take a moment to take roll call of the council members by position. Please say here when the city clerk calls your name.
Deputy Mayor Zorn.
Here.
Councilmember Thompson.
Here.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Here.
Councilmember McNeil.
Here.
Mayor Olson.
Here.
Councilmember Dorr.
Here.
Councilmember Agnew.
Here.
Thank you. All present.
Lastly, before we begin, I'd like to reiterate some of the meeting guidelines. Speak clearly and pause frequently. If you're also streaming the live video, please turn the sound off as there is a delay. For our council members, if you would like to speak, please hold up the yellow card in the lower portion of your screen. This will prevent two people from speaking at the same time. Please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. All right. For our first item, we have meeting agenda approval. Are there any changes to tonight's agenda? Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yeah, I would like to add an agenda bill, number 21-025. It's for the approval of a resolution establishing a hearing date for street vacation petition on 185th and Ross Road.
All right. Councilmember Agnew.
Yeah, I'd like to pull AB 2115.
I'm sorry to interrupt. That motion at this time, Councilmember Agnew, is not appropriate yet. There's been a motion to add an item. I believe in order to proceed, we would need a second and then a vote on that item before entertaining other business.
Councilmember Agnew.
I think he said second.
I believe he did too. So we have a motion by Deputy Mayor Zorns to add item AB 21-025 and a second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil.
Yes.
Mayor Olson.
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr.
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yes.
Passes 6-1.
Who was the negative?
Was that, I thought Councilmember Dorr said no. Did I misunderstand her?
You
She said yes.
I said yes.
Sorry, yes, passes 7-0. Sorry about that.
All right. Keeping us on our toes already.
Councilmember Agnew, I believe your motion would be appropriate at this time.
Councilmember Agnew.
Thank you, and I apologize for the parliamentary scoops. I'd like to pull AB 21-015.
All right, I have that noted. All right, seeing no others, we will move on to legislative update with Assistant City Manager Kellye Mazzoli.
Good evening. Give me just a moment here to share my screen. The brief update for you here on the 2021 legislative session for the week of February 16th. So we are now in our 6th week and still in our virtual format down in Olympia. And you'll recall that that session began on January 11th. So what's of note this week is that for bills to continue to advance, they have to have been approved by a policy committee by 5 p.m. yesterday, or they have to be under consideration by a fiscal committee, or they have to be considered necessary to implement the budget. So instead of gaining more bills, we're actually contracting, and we're narrowing down, and we have less bills to continue as we move forward. To highlight our legislative priorities, there's nothing really new here. Just wanted to let the council know that we are moving right along where we expect to be with both of these particular priorities. And that's the $7 million we are asking to widen Bothell Way Northeast and Bothell Everett Highway. And Representative Dewar and Senator Stanford have confirmed that they have submitted the forms for this request. And then also Representative Dewar and Senator Stanford also submitted for the North Creek Regional Trail Section 4. So we will be looking forward to getting updates on that, but I will keep that on each update as we go forward.
Can I add one thing? I just wanted to mention too that Community Transit asked for me to put in a request for extending, I forget which line, is it the green line from Canyon Park down to downtown Bothell? So that's also a budget request in Transpo.
Excellent, and that lines perfectly with the project that we're requesting funds for. So I hope that that's successful. So as far as bill monitoring, you'll notice that it's still all the similar bills, the ones that we are supporting, opposing, and the ones that we have told legislators that we have concerns with. I will note that Councilmember Thompson testified on House Bill 1035, and that's Representative Kloba's bill, and that was last Monday. And we had thought that would be much earlier in the session, and it turns out that it got pushed, and so it's been here at the end of the session. And just want to thank Councilmember Thompson for making room on his schedule in order to be able to do so much testifying on behalf of the city this session. As far as monitoring, there are a number of different bills that we're still monitoring moving forward that relate to density, our tax increment financing, affordable housing, and then there's some other fiscal bills. Of note, we're also watching a bill that's progressing on the Open Meetings Act. There is one concerning prohibition of fireworks and Representative Dewar's 1% property tax cap bill. As an update, there are a number of criminal justice and social justice related bills, and right now there are about 16 is how many I counted that we're currently reviewing in more depth. As far as what's coming up, we don't have anything that we're expecting for testimony over the next week, but we are starting to do our mid-session meetings with legislators, and those will occur towards the end of this week as well as possibly into next week. And then my final update, which is a really exciting one, our regular lobbyist, Shelley Helder, had her 2 baby girls all safe and sound last Thursday on the 11th. And I believe they're named Karis and Eliana. So we're really happy for her and glad that they came safe and sound. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions that you might have. Wonderful.
Seeing none. Oh, Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I just want to thank Kellye for and Catherine for their attendance at AWC last week. There was a lot of interesting discussions, and I think it kind of helps give us a better footing for understanding what's going on in Olympia. So thank you for taking time to do that with AWC as well.
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to also attend. So normally we have the AWC, Association of Washington Cities, does a city action days down in Olympia, and regularly our members of the council get to attend. It was a little different this year though, being virtual, but we still had some really good conversation and we still felt like we learned quite a bit, even holding that virtually this year. So thank you.
All right. Council committee reports. I am not seeing any. Oh, Councilmember McNeil, with the virtual backgrounds, it's sometimes hard to see the hands or the cards.
Got to get a little closer. Thank you, Mayor. Council committee reports this week. Actually wanted to talk about the ETP committee. I'm actually going to need to step down from that committee. I'd like to see if somebody else could help step up on that committee. I know we have two alternates, or we have another member and an alternate. I'm wondering if somebody can help out with ETP and step in.
Is that the Tuesday meeting that they've been combining with the other ones, or have they gone back to the Friday mornings?
I wish it was more consistent. That's been part of the problem. It's not consistent, but we've had really good attendance. We got a lot of really good work done. It's been an honor to chair that committee. At this time, I just want to make sure that Bothell is well represented there. I know Public Works Director, acting intern city manager, and Eddie Lowe has attended quite a few of those meetings, so we get a lot of good work out of them. So I just want to make sure that we continue the regional work that we've been doing, especially at ETP, and ensure that we have somebody or a couple members representing us there.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. And I just want to, Councilmember McNeil, I just want to say how much we appreciate your being the lead on the ETP and the chair. And I know that what you've done has been a very much a great amount of work. So I just want to say how much we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Good.
Councilmember Thompson.
I'm happy to step in at ETP if nobody else feels strongly about it.
Yeah, I believe you and myself were the alternates, and yeah, with the variable schedule that they have, it's challenging for me to commit. Hopefully they'll come back to a regular Friday morning. That was great for me, but yeah. Unless anyone else would like to, I think that'd be great if Councilmember Thompson would become the regular position on that, along with Councilmember McAuliffe.
So we would have two members and two alternates, or two members and one alternate?
Would we have alternate replacement?
Let's go, folks. We need.
Mayor Olson, I believe that, yeah, the ETP calls for two members and two alternates, so.
Yep. Councilmember Agnew?
I'll be an alternate.
All right. So yeah, it looks like we'll have Councilmember McAuliffe and Councilmember Thompson as the full members, and then Councilmember Agnew and myself as the alternates.
Fabulous. I will let them know. And I thank you all very much. I know we do a lot of work to ensure that our projects are high on the list at ETP, Seashore. I know the city staff works really hard, so it's really important that we attend those and continue the great work that we're doing as a city. So thank you all for stepping up.
Councilmember McAuliffe? You're on mute.
Would you please clarify? You went through that pretty quickly. So there's one member and two alternates, or I'm sorry, I didn't follow you.
There's two members and two alternates. So yourself and Councilmember Agnew will be the full members, and Councilmember no.
I'm sorry,
Sorry. Councilmember Thompson and Councilmember McAuliffe will be the full members, and Councilmember Agnew and myself will be the alternates.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for indulging. I will make sure I get them updated.
Thank you. No, and thank you for your time on there and providing the leadership to that group. I know it's quite a large group, and they tackle some pretty important topics for the region.
Absolutely.
All right. Any other council committee reports?
Last thing I would just ask is if you guys are getting the updates that I'm sending. If there's anything in those updates that you want me to comment on at committees, please do let me know. I'd love to have your feedback on some of the things that are coming forward, like Best Starts for Kids, things like that are important things that are coming forward. Any type of transportation projects for, I know we did pretty good in the PSRC, but anything like that you're seeing that you want me to comment on, please let me know.
All right, on to visitor comment. So in keeping with Governor Jay Inslee's emergency proclamation 20-28 regarding open public meetings, the city has accepted visitor comment in writing as well as accepted sign-up sheets for those who wish to speak at tonight's meeting. Written comments submitted to the city clerk no later than 3 p.m. today were forwarded to all the city council members and are part of the record. So city clerk, looks like we do have some people requesting to speak to place live public comment.
Correct. We didn't receive any written comments for under general visitor comment tonight, but we do have 2 people signed up. The first one is Mike Norris. Let's give us a minute. We'll panel him in.
I've unmuted.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mike. I don't know if you have a camera, if you want to unmute your camera.
Well, it wasn't working earlier.
Okay. Okay, well, you have 3 minutes to speak, so your time.
Thank you very much.
Now.
And good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Norris. I'm a fire commissioner for Snohomish County Fire District number 10. Since 1975, the district and city have partnered to provide fire and EMS services to all of our citizens. I come here today to congratulate you for approving the contract to replace both Station 42 and Station 45. Station 45 was built by District 10 and deeded to the city in the annexation of 93. I virtually attended the February 2nd meeting, and during that meeting, there was discussion about temporary quarters for the crew at Station 45. Last year, the fire chief, Bruce Crone, came to us and asked us for help with this. An agreement that was reached between the city manager and the district was used to a part of the Station 44 property to house the crew of Station 45. This will allow both the district and the city to provide the same fire and EMS services that we have continued today. The district tried over 12 years ago to rebuild Station 44 and replace it. We were not successful. The station still needs to be replaced. It's my hope that after the city completes the construction of 42 and 45, we'll receive the same support to replace 44 that we are giving the city today. Thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you. Next on the list to speak is Ann Agard. Ann, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Ann, can you hear me? And I'm not showing you're muted, so I don't. Can you hear me at all? Now she's muted. Okay, hold on just a second. Okay. And you're muted, so if you can unmute, there you go. Can you hear us okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
I'm addressing now 2 items. One on your consent agenda, that is number AB 21-01A. That has to do with the lease with the T-Mobile to relocate to New Norway communications staff. And I don't know if this has been pulled from the consent agenda. I live just down a couple houses down from the tower, and I'm particularly interested in making sure that the old tower is taken down. And I don't see a particular date by which it must be removed. So if this is pulled from the agenda, I would like to have that discussed. The second item that I was told to address at this time was your work plan for 2021, and that this was the appropriate time to address that work plan. If it is, I would, when you get to that item on your agenda, please look at item 11 on the agenda, which has to do with buffer enhancement incentives, which would be under the Shoreline Master Program. And I urge you to adopt that and put that on your 2021 agenda.
Sorry about that. I'm muted. All right, thank you very much. Mayor Olson, that's all I show on my list. However, I don't know if there's any audience members that wish to speak under general visitor comments. So if there are, would you please raise your hand now? I'm not showing any.
Acting City Manager, I don't know if you know that answer offhand that Ms. Agard asked about the existing tower or not.
So the existing tower, we are under an agreement with PCERN, which is the agency that put up the new tower, and we will eventually be taking our emergency radios to. And we still have a few, or I think just one existing user on the old tower that we have to relocate before we can actually remove it. I see that Jacqueline Brandenburg is now here, so if she has any additional information.
Yeah, I apologize. I logged off there for a second and I'm back on now. Yes, as Aaron said, we had one public agency that we need to move from the old tower to the new tower that had some line of sight issues we've been working through over the last year. We think we are close to a resolution on that. Currently, we are in contract with Day Wireless to move the rest of the entities over to the new tower and demolish the old tower. We hope to do that by the end of this year if we can resolve the line of sight issues for that one public agency, which is King County Metro Transportation.
All right, thank you. I thought we could just get a quick, simple answer without having to pull the item on there. So appreciate that. All right. So looks like we're on to consent agenda. So we did have one item pulled, but if we have a motion to approve or a motion for the remainder, Councilmember Dewar.
I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the one item that was pulled.
Councilmember Agnew.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Councilmember Dewar to approve the consent agenda aside from AB 21-015 with a second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion on that item? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough,
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yes.
Mayor Olson,
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar,
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew. Passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. All right, so the item that was pulled was AB 21-015, approval of a temporary lease agreement with Shoreline Fire Department to provide space for paramedic service during construction of Fire Station 42. So Councilmember Agnew, you had pulled this item.
Yeah, I was wondering if the chief could talk about that for a little bit, and then if I may put together and something. I had one of the council members come up to me and ask me about the ALS and the BLS interfacing and why that is, and how does that work out. If the chief could just kind of explain what's going on with this line item, then I'd be happy to follow him up with the rest of the question for the other council members.
Okay, Mayor Olson, should I go ahead?
Chief, on to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. Yes, and without knowing the specific question, I can just give you some real quick background on that. So our paramedic service comes through King County EMS levy, and I believe there's 5 providers in the county. Councilmember Agnew can correct me on that. Shoreline being one of them, and they provide our ALS service. King County EMS dictates, or they determine where these units are located by call volume and whatnot. So they go through a whole algorithm to place them. They determined that Station 42 was one of the best places to put a medic unit currently. And so we've been lucky enough to have a medic unit in our station for many years. And we do so at, well, we don't charge Shoreline to have them there. One, because we have the facility, it's big enough to house them. It's really not that inconvenience. And there's a huge benefit for both our firefighters and the citizens to have them there. They help us with training. They help us with ALS. They go over calls with our BLS folks. We have interaction with them that we would not absolutely have in other cases. So we get a huge benefit for our folks to educate them ongoing all the time, and it's great. It's a gigantic benefit to our citizens of Bothell to have a medic unit in our station because of the response capabilities. They're so close to most of the city, so we benefit from that greatly. And as I said, King County kind of dictates where those units go anyway. So we've had a great relationship. Why this is different than normal, why Shoreline has agreed to pay us $8,000 a month during the station build is because had we required the medics to find another location, which that was on the table initially. We're trying to figure out where to put people. And one of the first things we looked at was, well, maybe we move the medics off site for the duration of the build. Had we done that, there would have been a cost to King County. They would have had to put the medics up somewhere else and done that. So there was a cost to that. They see that. Shoreline recognized that, and so they offered to help us out with the build to pay us a stipend, if you will, for what it would have cost potentially to move somewhere else for that time. So that's why there's a rent for this, which we don't normally collect. So I'm hoping that answers Councilmember Agnew's kind of question on this, is why this is different than normal. And we feel it's a great opportunity to keep them there at the station, so they'll still be here, still be downtown, respond. The same thing during the station rebuild, which is about 14 months. Once it starts we're assuming in July, it's going to start Station 42. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them, Councilmember Agnew or any council members.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head. Usually we don't pay for the medic units to be there, and they have a lot of advantages. And let me just share the screen with you, if I can. Yeah, it worked the first time. Let me. Oh, no. Well, I'm having a hard time here.
Everyone does.
Oh my goodness. There you are. I'm trying. I don't see it up here at all. You told me to download it first. Let me see. Nope, can't do it. Well, and what I wanted to show you was I had the pleasure today of going out with the Shoreline paramedics and the Bothell Fire Department. And we went to 4 adult care facilities and inoculated the occupants there. And they were, I really wish I could put this on. I mean, they were characters, I'm telling you. We had one guy, he was an old engineer. We had another guy, he and his wife were in the Navy together. You know, they were just all characters from the city of Bothell they just got their first COVID shot. They got the Madura vaccine today. And on March 16th, they're going right back out there to give everybody their second shot. We work very well together with the paramedics. We have what's called a tiered system, and we have that for a reason. We have that because it functions and it works very well. We have a unique system here in King County that is not found anywhere else. People come to us and say, how do you get this to work? And we show them, they go, wow, it won't work in Dallas. And that's okay. It works very well for us. We do more research on cardiac arrest than anyone in the world. In fact, we have what's called a resuscitation academy that medical directors will come to and try to get information on how to improve their cardiac arrest saves. Cardiac arrest resuscitations, when I first started, we saved probably 36% of the people that we saw that we found in cardiac arrest. The same statistics in Detroit were 1%. We've improved those statistics up to 63% now. So over half of the people we find in ventricular fibrillation, we save them. And not only do we save them, they have a functional lifestyle afterwards. So these guys do very, very well together. It's a system that works well, and let's just hope it continues. And I'm sorry I couldn't put my presentation together for you.
Maybe you can get it squared away for council conversations.
I'll try.
All right. Well, there's no further questions. Perhaps a motion, Councilmember Agnew?
I motion that we approve A Bill 21-015.
All right. Councilmember Dewar?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Agnew to authorize the city manager to execute the temporary lease agreement between the city of Bothell and Shoreline Fire Department in substantially the same form as presented. With a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew? That's a yes. Thank you. Passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chief Kroon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, on to our next item, AB 21-021, public hearing and consideration of an ordinance amending housing and related transportation regulations. So I'll now open the public hearing, and I will be looking for Community Development Director Michael Cotterman.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and members of the council. All I heard was my name just as I was coming back in, so I'm assuming you were calling on me to introduce this. So tonight we have a presentation by our senior planner, Dave Boyd, as well as consultants from OTAC, Christina Hayworth and Sierra Carson. So I'm going to turn it over to Dave to do a brief introduction. We have the public hearing this evening, and we are looking for action from the council after public hearing. Dave?
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll just give a very brief introduction and then turn it over to Christina. We've been working with OTAC to develop these code amendments supported by a State Department of Commerce grant, and the focus being on helping address the housing shortage in Puget Sound area. So, but Christina's going to give us some more background on that, and so I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you. I'm just going to bring up my presentation now.
Good luck.
I see.
And if you do have problems, I have it queued up to go as well.
It's not one of the options that is available to me for some reason. Give me just a moment while I work through the rest of these. Here we go. Okay. Sorry for the delay there. Can everyone see it okay? All right.
Yes.
So I'm going to touch briefly on the purpose of these amendments and the process that we've gone through to get here today. And then I will introduce each of these actions as the Planning Commission has recommended them, and then open it up for questions. So why housing code amendments? The Washington State Legislature adopted HB 1923 for the purpose of, as Dave said, increasing residential building capacity and improving housing choice and affordability in our region. As part of this package, they also authorized grant funding administered through the Department of Commerce to help implement a specific menu of actions, of which Bothell chose 2. For work on these actions completed before April 1st of this year, they are exempt from SEPA and GMA appeal. So it's a pretty good time to be making these kinds of amendments. As part of our work, OTAC looked at the City of Bothell's existing planning code and design and construction standards and specification documents. And we are recommending changes in Titles 11, 12, 14, 15, and 17 of the Bothell Municipal Code. And the recommended changes to the design and construction standards and specifications have actually already been completed by Public Works. So those are in support of some of the other code amendments that we'll be discussing tonight. We, upon reviewing all of these materials, we prepared some draft amendments which were taken to the Development Services Advisory Group for some outreach. And then we took the amendments to Planning Commission in November, December, and January. And now we are here at City Council for the introduction and public hearing and hopefully adoption of these amendments. What Planning Commission has provided in its recommendation are the implementation of Bothell's 2 selected actions under HB 1923. So that includes the authorization of a duplex on each corner lot in single family zones. And along with that base authorization, Planning Commission has recommended some flexibility to reduce off-street parking requirements in certain circumstances, some incentives to retain and remodel existing units. And they had a very strong desire to avoid regulating architectural character, so that is not part of our recommendation. The second action that the City of Bothell selected from the menu under HB 1923 is to increase the maximum number of lots created through the short subdivision process. Right now, the city can create, or parcels in the city can be divided into 4 lots through the short subdivision process. But it would increase to 9, which is the maximum allowable under state law. Public Works is also proposing the elimination of frontage improvement exemptions for these types of projects. And then along with those frontage improvement exemptions, There are some unrelated housekeeping amendments are packaged with this code amendment process as well. The duplexes authorize a single corner lot duplex on every corner lot in the zoning district that permits single family residences. These are generally authorized through the residential use table in Title 12. And along with those authorizations are some footnotes to incentivize retention and conversion of existing single family detached units into a duplex. Planning Commission is also recommending flexibility for off-street parking requirements, which we'll talk about in just a moment. These are some photos to illustrate what a duplex unit integrated into a single family residence might look like. Obviously not all of these are on corner lots, but you can see how similar to a typical single family residence they are. So they integrate really effectively into the existing urban fabric. And then these, this slide and the next slide help to illustrate what some of the incentives that are in the code look like. So one of the incentives is to allow the expansion of an existing nonconformity, taking an existing nonconformity and using that to create a little bit more flexibility in how the property can be used. So in this example, there's a nonconforming front property line setback along the south property line. And without encroaching further towards that property line, the house could expand while retaining that existing nonconformity. Another incentive is to increase the building coverage and the impervious surface coverage or lot coverage allowed on the property to help make it easier to retrofit these kinds of buildings. This is an example, an ortho example of what those two graphics would look like, showing how the building could expand while utilizing that existing nonconformity and the increased building and lot coverage. The flexible parking recommendations would allow the reduction of off-street parking requirements when a property is located near frequent transit service, which is defined in the recommendation as 2 buses per hour in a 12-hour period, or near access to a regional trail. The radius that the Planning Commission is recommending is a ½ mile from either the transit stop or the regional trail access point. The short plat recommendation will allow for the division or redivision of land into 9 lots consistent with the maximum allowed under state law. So this is implemented through definitions, and this is also paired with some recommended increases to the thresholds for planned unit development applications and for site plan review applications, just to keep everything processing really consistently and efficiently for city staff as well as for applicants. City staff also requested an overhaul of application requirements for short subdivision projects to look a little bit more like what is required for regular subdivision projects. This helps reduce review cycles by making sure all of the information that staff needs to process an application is available when the application is submitted instead of waiting for a future review cycle. And coordinated with Public Works, we are also including a recommendation for eliminating frontage improvement exemptions. And is Boyd Benson here to speak about those frontage improvements?
We were working on getting him paneled in. I'm not sure if he's in just yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I am available if needed.
If you want to walk through the elimination of frontage improvements.
For sure. Good evening, City Council. Boyd Benson, Public Works, Utilities and Development Services Manager. So the current municipal code has several exemptions for frontage improvements. And when we just think about frontage improvements, we think of curb, gutter, landscape strip, and sidewalk. Current exemptions are for short plats and for single family residential lots where there are no adjacent sidewalks. However, those projects that are considered exempt must still install pedestrian access. what we're looking at and recommending for consideration tonight is removing those exemptions, requiring frontage improvements, full frontage improvements for the short plats, with several exemptions for cost thresholds on single family residential lots. And so if you would like to compare both, currently short plats, if they don't have adjacent sidewalks, they put in a pedestrian path, but not full concrete sidewalk. That would be a full concrete sidewalk with the proposed revisions, just like long plats. And then for single family residential lots, currently exempt if there's no adjacent sidewalks. The proposed revision is that if the value of the improvements exceed 50% of the existing improvements on the property, it would be full frontage with a max cap of 25% of total cost of project eligible for frontage. So that if it's a vacant lot with no frontage and they came in, they install full frontage and the frontage could not exceed 25% of the assessed value of the improvements. Some additional minor recommended for consideration are some revisions to definitions, some processes and procedures for how we process permits and permit expiration dates. Landscape maintenance, currently Title 12 of the Municipal Code requires that the adjacent property owner maintain landscape abutting their property. Want to make that consistent with Title 17, just like we have for sidewalks. And capital projects. Currently, capital projects, city-sponsored projects are exempt from right-of-way permitting. We're recommending for consideration that the underlying utility permits for those type of projects also have that same exemption.
And that just about sums up the Planning Commission recommendation. So at this point, be happy to answer any questions.
And I wanted to let you all know that Kevin Kiernan, Planning Commissioner Chair, is also available if needed for any questions.
Tina, could you take your presentation down, please?
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, thank you for the presentation. It's always good to see your faces or hear your voices. So thank you for being part of our evening tonight. I have several questions and comments, and so my apologies if I start ricocheting all over the place. First off, do I understand you correctly that existing homes could be on corners, could be converted to duplexes?
Correct. Yes.
That is wonderful. I missed that in my reading through this. It makes perfect sense. As our old planning chair used to say, the most affordable housing that we have right now is the current stock. So plus we've got the footprint, everything's a given. And so being able to do that is a wonderful asset. And we can do that citywide, correct?
Yes, on each corner lot in single family residential zones, there are already authorizations for duplexes in the multifamily zones.
Right.
So this is specifically for corner lots in the single family zones.
It makes so much sense. I mean, even my parents used to, in their growing up, had, single family homes that were converted to duplexes, and just makes sense. A question in theory: if you have a duplex that's sizable, good sized, would one of those units be able to convert part of itself into an ADU, or would heads become detached from shoulders?
That's a great question. We've talked about it a little bit, and you would be able to add an ADU potentially on the property.
Oh. So in theory, kind of a triplex, but a modified triplex. Good. You guys are all ahead of the game there. Thank you very much. Yeah, when we talk about the missing middle, I'm keenly aware of it with my 5 children who are now young adults and can't afford to live in Bothell. And when I was doorbelling, people were complaining about the same thing. And I've watched, we have apartments that are near us and they used to house a lower income, and we've lost a whole demographic. And just because the cost of housing here has gotten so escalated that anything that we can do to bring the missing middle and right below the area median income, that, you know, just plus or minus of, I don't know if you could call it a standard deviation, but right around that area median income would be really good. So, and it sounds like this does that. Question on going from 4 to 9 lots does that allow for cottage homes, or are those lots going to be bigger than what you would put a cottage on? I'm trying to visualize that.
The subdivision recommendation, that's primarily a procedural item. So it's not changing lot size or density requirements in any way. It's really just making the process a little bit shorter for the 5 to 9 lot projects.
Okay. Because cottage housing would be another conversation then. Just a small word of caution, because we live in a part of town where it's an issue, and I know in downtown it's been an issue. When there's discussion on reducing parking, if we're talking about neighbors, it's not a criticism of this in any way, shape, or form. It's just me doing a word of caution here, that when we start talking about reducing parking, that often especially in single family residential areas where it's more home, you can start pitting neighbor against neighbor. And when you where people will just give a stink eye and hate their next door neighbor because they took their parking spot. So in the future, as the planning talks about reducing parking, think about, does it promote neighborliness? That's just my little word of caution. And then I have a question that's just an aside, because I've asked this question a few times and it's been a non-answerable. And I thought, well, maybe since it's brought up, maybe someone has the answer. For Sunrise Valley View, they used to have I thought was 96 zoning. I could bring up a city map and it would show that. When I've looked recently, none of that zoning is overlay, described in the city maps on what Sunrise Valley View Hill is. And I see it set aside, we talk about all single family residential homes in Bothell and Sunrise Valley View separately. Can someone explain to me why there's that separate language for this one particular neighborhood?
I can take that one. When we did the downtown plan, we included new zoning districts for all of the downtown sub-area, including the R9600 and R8400 parts of Sunrise Valley View. And we called them the Sunrise Valley View District. They essentially have the same requirements as they had before as R9600 and R8400. And they will have the ability to do corner lot duplexes like the rest of the city. But because we have that separate zoning designation in the downtown sub-area development regulations, we had to have a separate provision for that in that portion of the code.
Okay, and it sounds like it will probably always remain so.
Um,
and maybe Canyon Park will get its own little pockets of little districts as well. But okay.
Well, yeah, the Canyon Park plan does create new zoning districts that are only used in Canyon Park. But outside of the RGC, we kept the existing zoning in Canyon Park. Okay. But none of that included any single family zones. So no single family zones in the RGC. So there's those single family areas in Canyon Park retain the old citywide single family designations.
Right. Yeah, different kettle of fish. Well, thank you again for your presentation, and thank you for being ahead of the council here on asking about getting ADUs and duplexes and making that citywide. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember McNeil, I think you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you for acknowledging the hand. And thank you for the presentation. Fabulous update, fabulous information. Great to see it. We're going in a very positive direction on creating some form of affordable housing. I had a couple questions around the corner lots and creating a duplex. First question is, I'm trying to determine what is the minimum lot size zone for doing a duplex.
So the duplexes are authorized in any zone, any single family zone, regardless of size, of minimum lot size. And the Planning Commission considered restricting corner lot duplexes to only lots that are conforming to the minimum lot size, and they rejected that. They elected to recommend authorizing duplexes on any corner lot, regardless of its conformity to minimum lot sizes.
So a non-conforming lot can actually still create a duplex?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And I would add to that the smallest lot size that in our single family zoning designations is 5,400 square feet. But as Christina said, we would allow them even if it was a non-conforming lot size.
So if you had a 3,000 square foot lot, you could create a duplex if you're on the corner.
Correct.
In theory. I don't think we have any lot sizes that small in our single family zones. But.
Okay, I'm mainly just trying to confirm. Then as far as access to the duplex, Deputy Mayor Zorn brought up a good point about parking. When you create a duplex on a corner lot, there's no parking requirement for creating that duplex in a single family zone. Is that correct?
Not quite. So there are parking requirements, but they are potentially they could potentially be reduced near transit or access to a regional trail, but they wouldn't be fully eliminated. It would be, I believe, one space per unit.
Okay, so per unit, so per duplex. If it's a duplex, if you got a house there and you're creating a duplex out of existing home, you're converting it to a duplex, an existing home, then you would be required to create one additional parking space, correct?
So if you are creating a duplex, not looking for any of the parking reductions, it is 2 per unit is the standard requirement. If you are looking for a reduction and you qualify within that half-mile buffer of a transit stop receiving frequent transit service or the access to a regional trail, then you could reduce it to a single space per unit for a total of 2 required on the site. So you may not have to add any if you're creating a duplex in that circumstance, but you would still have to have 2 per lot if you were able to reduce it, 1 for each unit.
Okay, and the access to that on-site spot could be in the same location as an existing spot, or would it have to, if it's on an adjacent, so if you're on a corner lot, you could have 2 potential access points, correct? So is there any limitations on where that access point would be? Curb cut, whatever you want to call it.
So the design and construction standard and specification changes that Public Works adopted at the end of last year have to do a little bit with a lot with the driveway width and access requirements. And I'm hoping that Boyd might be able to explain them a little bit more articulately than I can.
Yeah, for sure. So currently the standards require that access driveways be as far from the intersection as possible, and that's been restated. And then we have our standard width requirements for driveways, and those have been restated as well with a little bit of fine tuning for this option with the duplexes.
So I'm asking these questions because they bring up kind of red flags for me being in the industry. So you got a corner lot, you got a perfect situation to create a duplex, but because of the access point for that duplex, you don't have any way to access it or to create the parking that you need for it. So then it's a barrier to actually doing the duplex, correct? Or am I wrong on that?
I'll take a stab at that. On some lots, it might be a barrier, but they could certainly, if you were converting a single family on a house on a corner lot that had in Bothell, the typical single family has a 2-car garage and room on the apron for 2 cars. They would already have 4 off-street parking spaces, and so they wouldn't have to create any additional parking spaces. The other thing we took into consideration was that corner lots have more street frontage, and in residential areas, there's not as many restrictions about parking close to the corners on neighborhood streets. So, I mean, there's still the standard restriction, but you don't have the turn pockets and things that you would have on arterial streets. So there's more on-street parking available for corner lots. So those are all factors that led to us keeping the basic requirement, just 1 additional from the 3 that are required for a single family house, and then allowing the reduction in situations where you're within a half mile of frequent transit or a regional trail.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Dave. That was a great explanation. So now I understand the parking scenario. You've got 4 with a double car garage, 2 in the driveway, 2 in the garage. You've got 4 stalls so that you could apply 2 of those stalls to the new duplex that you're building. That's great. Okay, and then Deputy Mayor brought up something that I thought was curious. So if you're on a corner lot and you create a duplex, you could also do an ADU. Did I hear that correctly?
Right.
Okay. And so then you would then need to allow for the ADU parking?
Correct.
Okay. So you'd fall into the same criteria. So you'd have to be able to provide 6 spots in that case. Is that correct?
I believe for ADUs, it's just 1 additional parking space for the ADU.
Okay. So if you can create 5 parking spots. Okay. Fabulous. And then last on slide, do you have slide number 16?
Oh, sure. Just a moment.
I wanted to just make sure that I fully understand the frontage piece. There's been a lot of conversation around frontage of projects, whether they be, housing development projects, 5, 10, 20 homes, and the fact that we have sidewalks and then there's gaps in sidewalks and then we have sidewalks again. So creating safe streets. So if we start doing these projects, it says pathway. Is that pathway going to be a safe? I mean, are we improving the frontage of that for the sidewalks? And I just kind of understand the 50 to 25 max valuation. I thought I was following it, but I just wanted to make sure.
For sure, and I can take another shot at that, council member. So what I'd like to bring your attention to is this image on the screen. And this is a 2-lot short plat that was permitted under the existing exemptions. And when this came in, they were required to install the concrete sidewalk that you see on the left side of the image. But at that time, with the exemption in place, they actually installed nothing at the right side. When a development came in further to the right for safe walks to school, they then had to come through and install a path all the way to this sidewalk. And so what we're trying to do with this, we'll look at short plats first, is to make sure that development pays for development, that they mitigate their impacts. And under the current proposed recommendations, this short plat would have put full concrete curb gutter sidewalk landscape strip on both frontages. So in the future, the city wouldn't have to come and put that missing link in or an adjacent developer offsite. So that's in the future with this, if this is adopted, you wouldn't see this type of asphalt path on a short plat. With respect to single family residential units, the burden on that development is much higher. And so that 50% threshold is really to help separate if you have an existing lot and you do an addition or something that's small that really doesn't increase impacts, you're exempt. If you tear down a home or build a home on a vacant lot, you'd exceed that 50% threshold. So you'd be required to do frontage improvements. That's kind of step one. And then step two, that max 25% cap is to make sure that folks that are required to do frontage improvements, there's not an undue financial burden. So if it's a $400,000 improvement on the site, that 25% cap would mean that the city could not require frontage that exceeds $100,000. So in those situations, the staff would work with the applicant, say, okay, what's most important? Curb line for storm drainage and maybe some type of concrete pathway. That may not be to our full sidewalk standard, but that would help mitigate their impact. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so just to kind of recap, what you're saying is in the image here, this is eliminating the exemption. So in the future, we'll see sidewalks that go on both sides, correct? On this
Correct.
type of a development. And then on single family, we're proposing that they do the improvement, but with a maximum of 25%. So essentially what I think I hear you saying is we're improving it to where we can somehow eliminate what we're running into with the gaps.
That is the goal, correct.
Okay, fabulous. I just wanted to make sure I heard that clearly. So this is good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate the Planning Commission having worked through this. I just wonder if we're going to do duplexes with a possible ADU in the back. If the lot's large enough, why wouldn't we also allow triplexes? It's the same effective end result. And I wondered if that was discussed in Planning Commission, and also if it was discussed just doing duplexes anywhere, because 4 spots is 4 spots, regardless if it's on a corner or not. And there are certainly lots of lots that are large enough to accommodate that. So I wondered if you could respond to that question, Mr. Boyd.
Yeah, we did. It was discussed at Planning Commission, and there was certainly support for going beyond just allowing duplexes on corner lots. I think there was support from some planning commissioners to allow duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes throughout single-family zones. But the grant that we applied for and received from Commerce was specific to duplexes on corner lots. And I'll talk a little bit more about other options for what's called missing middle housing when we get into the docket discussion. But for now, we're limiting it to this first step of using corner lots.
Okay, yeah, I'd also be interested just in new developments. A lot of conversations happen where people don't want duplexes and triplexes in their existing neighborhoods, but because they don't want to change the character of their neighborhood. But I would contend that if we're allowing duplexes and triplexes and even fourplexes in new developments, then people are buying into that kind of mixed housing with more diversity amongst the neighbors. And I think that can only be good for community building. So I just put in my plug for that. Thank you.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I want to tell you how important it is, and thank you very much for giving us opportunity to have more affordable housing. If we listen to the people in our community, they're very concerned that their children or family members will ever be able to buy something in Bothell, and because of the price range. So when you talk about affordable housing, and what price ranges are we going to see in this allowing to go to duplexes? What are we going to see? Do you have any range of cost?
I really don't, and we're not with these code amendments. We're not imposing any specific affordability level. We're just making it easier to do a type of housing that tends to naturally be lower cost and more affordable.
Hopefully that will happen, because this is really critical to our community. On parking, as you well know, and we've all heard, there's a lot of concern about parking currently. And now we're going to increase the parking for people who are in a a half mile of transit or pathways and that kind of thing. So I guess I'm kind of curious. The Planning Commission received public testimony. Can you tell me any, did they all support it? Was there concerns? What did the public say?
I believe the public testimony that we got, and there wasn't a lot of public testimony on this item, but it was all in support of doing this and going beyond just corner lots. We didn't have any negative testimony that I recall.
Perfect, thank you. And then I'm seeing pathways on some of the new housing developments on 88th Avenue Northeast. So what I'm looking at is kind of a blacktop kind of pathway. Is that what it looks like? The pedestrian path?
I think that would be a question for Boyd Benson.
Yeah, for the future, you'd see a concrete walkway, if that's what you're asking, a standard sidewalk.
I thought when you said pathway, it would be just maybe a strip that would have, black topped on it or something, not like a regular sidewalk.
Yeah, I can provide some clarification on that. So the current exemptions allow the pathway instead of a standard sidewalk.
Right.
The proposed revisions would require full frontage, including a full 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk for the short plats, and then we discussed the thresholds for single family residential.
Right. Thank you. And I appreciate the work that everyone has done on this. I think it's really important for Bothell. Thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say how encouraged I am by hearing some of the comments from my other council members. I heard from council members Zorn, Stewart, and McAuliffe just how much they appreciated the intent to help with more naturally affordable housing. And I, like them, kind of can't help but wonder if this helps, why are we limiting it to duplexes and corner lots? So I guess my question is, because obviously this was state funded for this study or this action, are we limited by law to only address corner lots and duplexes?
No, we're not. And in fact, in the docket discussion, we'll include some that we're going to be exploring other options so they go beyond just corner lots.
Okay, great. Is there a way to piggyback off of some of the work we've done here to save staff time so it's a little less onerous to do that?
I think so. I think it's a natural progression, and we'll be able to use the work that we've done and the research that OTEC has done as we go forward.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to having that discussion later on in the meeting as well. And I'm just going to make one plug. I've heard a couple people bring up parking as a concern, and obviously anybody that's knocked on a door or two in Bothell is going to know that there are concerns around parking. I would really like, and this is a plea to my fellow council members, to look at managing parking at some point in time. We don't manage any other scarce resource by mandating that people build more of it. So if we have this scarce resource and we know that it's a problem, I think we should start to look to manage it. And that's probably a better discussion to have as we bring up the docket anyway, but I'll get it in here while I can. Thank you.
Councilmember Agnew.
Well, I like that idea, Councilmember Thompson, a lot. Parking is an issue. We hear it from the citizens all the time. So, we really need to look at the way we're doing it right now, and is it the right way, and how can we improve it? I like the idea of cottage houses, if we can get some of those in. I like that a lot. You guys did a great presentation. I'm sure we're going to talk a lot more a little later on, but I just want to get those two things. I like the affordable housing. I like managing the parking a little bit more than we're managing it, and cottages.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Thank you to all the council members. Got my questions answered. So I will go to the city clerk. Did we have some public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we received 7 written comments for this AB. The first one was Randy Banneker, who wrote a letter in support of the proposed housing code amendment package. Next was Claire Brennan Robson, who wrote in support of the bill, changing the limits on permitted units, parking, and other adjustments. Hannah Mendro wrote in support for the alterations to zoning laws supported by the Planning Commission, and Bo Pop to allow for building duplexes on corner lots. Mike Pattison of the Master Builders Association wrote in support of the proposed code changes related to short plats and duplexes. Han Tran wrote in support of the bill, equity through zoning laws to support community integration. Rami Alcabra wrote in support of the bill as positive step towards achieving more inclusive and affordable housing. And Nancy Dolan wrote in support of the bill and urged council to adopt it. We do not have anybody on the line that I'm aware of that wishes to speak to this, but if you are on the line and you are in the attendee room and you wish to speak, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any. That's all I have for this one.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Dewar.
I move the recommended action.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve the proposed ordinance amending housing and related transportation regulations, with a second by Deputy Mayor Zorns. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none. City Clerk.
You say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe? You're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, thank you, everyone. Great work. All right, on to AB 21-022, public hearing and consideration of an ordinance amending critical area regulations. So back to Director Cotterman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening again, everyone. So thank you for letting us tick off one of the items from our 2020 docket. We'll be talking about the 21 docket a little bit later, has been mentioned. So thanks for allowing us to get one of those checked off.
Director Cotterman, I think I skipped by opening this public hearing before turning it over to you. So this public hearing is now open.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought you were going to tell me I was muted after all of that, because I usually do that, but thank you for catching that. So this next item is also a carryover from, actually from the 2019 docket. We had brought some amendments to you at that time, and there was an issue that came up regarding the wetland buffers and whether or not to use the standard buffers that were adopted by the Department of Ecology based on their best available science. And staff had some concerns at that time about just proceeding with adopting those because of the potential to increase those buffers significantly. And the question that I had concerns and raised was whether or not that would reduce our overall development capacity in the city, and if we'd be better off looking at our own best available science to see if we might want to adopt some different buffers from Department of Ecology. So we contracted with Amy Sumi at Shannon Wilson and Burke and Associates to do some analysis for us. The first step was to see what would be the effect of increasing those wetland buffer widths to our overall capacity. And depending on that outcome, then we would go forward with a direction on the wetland buffers themselves. So Amy is here tonight to do a presentation on that. And I will turn it over to Dave. I don't know if you're going to do a brief intro before we turn it over to Amy.
Yes, I'll do a brief intro, mostly to point out, I know council got a letter comment today. It was brought to our attention that the packet that you received was missing the annotated code amendments that Planning Commission included with their findings, and the exhibits that the Planning Commission included in their findings. because of that, this item, the letter you got also indicated that this wasn't noticed properly. The notice was done. It didn't get into the Imagine Bothell notice, but that's not our official noticing mechanism. So on both items, we're okay in terms of noticing, but because we were missing that information from the packet, we're recommending that you not take action tonight and that we continue this to March 2nd. But we did want to go, we were all ready, and you've got the material, the bulk of the material that was intended to be in the packet. So we wanted to do the presentation, provide an opportunity for public comment, and then allow council to continue this to March 2nd. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amy, and I'm going to actually share the screen. So bear with me for a second here. And she will prompt me on when to advance the slides.
Thank you, David. And Michael, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. So as Michael already mentioned, the primary purpose of our work initially was to revisit the wetland buffer regulations and buffer widths that have been developed by Department of Ecology through their best available science documentation, and to determine what impact, if any, that would have on the city of Bothell's sort of development potential and future. And during that effort, it sort of blossomed a little bit more into looking as well at other parts of the wetland regulations, compensatory mitigation requirements specifically. And then also there was kind of some other housekeeping and other improvements that we folded in to the rest of the critical areas regulations outside of just the wetland section. But it did start with kind of a very strong buffer focus in making sure that we understood fully what the ramifications were of changing to ecology's best available science-based buffer widths. Next slide. So the key elements of this particular effort and update were that we wanted to use, of course, the best available science and the guidance documents produced by Department of Ecology, or DOE. We also wanted to make sure that we updated the city's wetland buffers and associated standards consistent with the best available science. And in doing so, confirm that there would be no significant impact on the city's development capacity. And through this past few months of working with the Planning Commission and city staff, we also engaged quite extensively with the Department of Ecology and had multiple reviewers engaged to provide feedback and direction and answer our questions as we moved through this process. So they were a key stakeholder. Next slide. So just kind of by way of a quick background, the last major update to these regulations was in 2010. And the Shoreline Master Program also has wetland regulations in it, which are just applied within shoreline jurisdiction. Those regulations were updated in 2019. So there was some expectation that that would be a resource for updating the wetland regulations in chapter 14 that would build off of that prior work. And as Michael already mentioned, this is sort of kind of a deferred action. I think the council has been thinking about doing this kind of an update for a couple years now. We also folded into this process a review of the critical areas regulations that were completed by another consultant as part of the 2020 Surface Water Master Plan update. And so kind of some low-hanging fruit items, easy housekeeping updates, definitions, those types of things were also incorporated from that review. And then kind of finally, there has been an awful lot of work completed by the Department of Ecology in the years since 2010, and even since 2019, when the Shoreline Master Program wetland regulations were updated. And so we wanted to kind of, this is really a good time to kind of look at all of that, bring it all together, and kind of make a definitive update to the city's wetland regulations. Next slide. So the basis for the proposed code amendments that were provided included first direction provided by the Planning Commission. They consulted and we discussed over several meetings the different amendments. Also, is not mentioned here, but I should also certainly recognize that city staff had a lot of input as well into the proposed amendments in a couple areas specifically where just in their practical application of these regulations, there'd been some, points of confusion or interpretation issues that have popped up. We also, as I already mentioned, had multiple conversations with Department of Ecology wetland staff, and I've kind of used these two blue asterisks to indicate particular topics and upcoming slides where we focused more and engaged more intensively with Department of Ecology on some more difficult issues. We also relied pretty heavily on two Department of Ecology resources, one from 2016 and then a very fresh update that I think Ecology is hoping will be final this month, maybe next month. It was just published back in October. So very timely, and we use that quite extensively in developing our mitigation related provisions. And then as I already mentioned, we also are working with Parametric's list of code amendments and sort of picking off the ones that we could easily incorporate into this set of regulations. So the Planning Commission kind of focused on 3 or maybe 4 main areas. Most importantly, I think, was the analysis and comparison of the current city code buffers with Ecology's science-based buffers. There are attachments in your packet, I believe, that provide some very in-depth analysis of the current and ecology-based buffers to really spell out, what the development implications are and aren't on the city from both a residential development and a commercial development perspective. We also discussed at some length the different ways of approaching mitigation for any direct wetland impacts that might be proposed as part of a project, and sort of trying to figure out what that sweet spot is in how the city would encourage applicants to kind of put their best foot forward and propose the most, scientifically and ecologically appropriate solution for a particular project, whether that would be a mitigation bank or an in lieu fee program or a more traditional on-site, in-kind kind of a mitigation strategy. And then we also spent just a little bit of time discussing including Ecology's limited exemptions, which provide a little bit more flexibility in developments that have a lower rated category 4 wetlands on the site. You still have to do mitigation, but some of the mitigation sequencing steps are set aside. Next slide. So kind of to recap the buffer related amendments, after completing the analysis of the existing city buffers and the Ecology best available science-based buffers, the Planning Commission did approve or recommend use of Ecology's science-based buffers. As you can see from the attachment that was included in your packet, our analysis showed that if all applicants proposing critical areas and what projects within buffers of wetlands were to use the buffer option that includes minimization measures, which is kind of a standard suite of measures that could be incorporated into a project, that the development potential would actually increase. There would be, I think it was roughly 3% more development capacity. There is also a buffer option, though, if applicants for some reason can't or are not comfortable or don't want to incorporate minimization measures, then they can use the larger buffers that are included in the regulations. And in that circumstance, there is a reduction in development capacity, but it's pretty slight. And I think in practice, based on seeing other projects implement these minimization measures. They're, many of them are already required by other codes or just kind of good common sense best management practices, that you're probably likely to have more applicants than not use the buffers that include minimization measures. And I think that was reassuring and a bit of a surprise really to everyone that it turned out that way. And that was based on looking at kind of a library of wetlands within the city, those that we actually had enough information for that we could determine fairly definitively what the current buffer is under the city code, and then what the buffers would be under either of those ecology options. And then kind of running that through a little GIS analysis exercise to find out, at least for that sample, what the outcome would be. And we did our best to capture a range of wetland types, so different categories, from higher functioning to low, scattered throughout the city to, do the best job we could of making that sample representative. We also worked on language to basically put kind of a stop on where a buffer might rest. So if a 200-foot buffer is what the code were to require, but you have a significant, fire lane or a road or, some other existing development at like 100 feet from the wetland edge, then if you meet these certain criteria and can demonstrate that that improvement actually blocks function between the wetland and the opposite side of that structure, then your buffer would just stop at that improvement. So that's one of those areas where we worked more closely with city staff who have been trying to implement various iterations of this kind of strategy. And this also was one of the provisions, of course, that ecology reviewed and had just very limited comments, a suggestion of adding a word in several spots, non-conforming, which we have incorporated into the proposal. And then finally, I think one of the more significant, one of the more significant provisions related to buffers was to remove an allowance for buffer reduction with enhancement. And this is sort of based on ecology's evolving science and a presumption that buffers already need to be vegetated and with kind of a native community. And if they're not, then it would be inappropriate to allow the buffer to be further reduced in exchange for vegetating it. So that has now been removed. And so I think folks that are challenged by these buffers would need to go through either buffer averaging, which is another option that has been retained in these regulations, or might have to look at reasonable use or some other scenario if there is a hardship that this particular allowance or removal of an allowance presents. Okay, next slide. And then there's a suite of mitigation related amendments. As I kind of mentioned a little bit earlier, what we wanted to do was more clearly identify what the different strategies are for mitigating wetland impacts, and just sort of presenting the different options without kind of trying to prefer one over another. We've got mitigation banks at one end of the spectrum, then in lieu fee programs, and then finally permittee responsible on-site mitigation. So we present those different options, and then we have a process basically for applicants to address 5 different criteria and identify which of those particular strategies they are proposing and how it meets the criteria. And we have a range of criteria that it needs to consider, local or regional plans, restoration plans, that it consider adjacent land use and future potential land use, so that you could be thinking about possible future development impacts and restraints on its function that might come from future actions, and a couple other criteria. And this is one of those blue asterisk items that we worked closely with Department of Ecology to make sure that we were kind of on the right path. The model code, which is the 2016 guidance document from Department of Ecology, prior to just very recently, had kind of put its thumb on the scale and was indicating a preference for on-site mitigation. But over the past, 10 years and maybe even a little longer than that, the consensus has been building among Department of Ecology and federal agencies that mitigation banking or in lieu fee programs should actually be preferred. We've taken a middle ground where we just, again, lay out, these are the options, and please make your best case based on existing conditions, the proposed project, best available science for what the most appropriate strategy is. And then finally, we updated definitions of the different mitigation methods, updated the mitigation ratios, and this is based again on something a little bit more recent from Department of Ecology, is an increased emphasis on preservation as a mitigation strategy. For a long time, that had been sort of the strategy of last resort. The ratios were quite large typically, so if you had a small area of impact and you wanted to mitigate through preserving an existing wetland somewhere else, you might have a ratio of 20-to-1 in order to make that strategy work. But because Department of Ecology has been finding in just observing mitigation projects completed to date, particularly in urban areas, that enhancement, which is a very popular choice for mitigation strategy, has just not been performing as well in those urban settings. There's just so many kind of outside influences of invasive species that can be very hard to battle and beat, maintenance issues, pets, and other sorts of human land use kind of constraints around the wetland, that they found that preservation and looking more optimistically at trying to preserve those remaining high value areas that may still be within a city that provide corridors for wildlife between areas, that's really where they should be kind of putting their energy. And then again, there was kind of some other amendments, as I mentioned before, just sort of housekeeping things related to updates of definitions. There's different resources that are mentioned in the code that we needed to update, newer documents, newer terminology. We also incorporated, as I mentioned earlier, some exemptions the Department of Ecology developed for certain Category 4 wetlands, which again are those sort of low functioning wetlands. And we also removed unnecessary footnotes that were scattered throughout the critical areas code, just finding that they didn't really add anything to the value of the code. And it was sort of a constant battle to keep those updated. Next slide. And as I mentioned already, we've had a lot of engagement with Department of Ecology throughout the development of the proposed regulations that you have before you. And a little bit kind of later in the game, in the final steps, we also received some guidance that influenced this final package, including kind of updating or fine-tuning the language about requiring a notice on title for projects that impact wetlands and have mitigation requirements. There was also sort of a shift, as I mentioned before, in emphasizing preservation and sort of putting that a little bit higher up on the preference list for a mitigation strategy, above enhancement actually, which is kind of a new thing. We also, related to that kind of preservation enhancement strategy, clarified the use of the compensation ratios for projects that propose either only preservation or only enhancement, just to make sure that was really clear to users which strategy they should be using and how they should be quantifying impacts in the proposal. And then finally, they offered a smattering of other kind of edits to increase clarity, consistency with their guidance and best available science, as well as flexibility. So that was pretty valuable feedback that we received from them. That concludes the presentation. So we're happy to take any questions.
Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Well, I have a hunch that either one, the questions I'm going to ask you covered, because there's so much good information. I started to really purposely try to focus, and I think I'm going to have to go back and review this and watch it again to pick up the pieces. So my apologies if you covered it directly and it just went over my head. And then maybe the other questions I have are going to be in the attachments when we get a chance to go back and look at the attachments. I do appreciate language that you had on shore bank stabilization and soft armoring and buffer uses. I really appreciate that sensitivity to critical areas. They're not a dump zone, a catch basin for everything. They have value until invasive weeds get in there, right? But or dogs or people. Compensatory mitigation. Can you give me a brief definition? I have a hunch it's a very complex thought, but what is compensatory mitigation when you're talking about wetland banks and bank credits?
Yeah, so if you were to, as part of a proposal, fill an acre of wetland, then you would be required to go through first a mitigation sequencing process where you avoid and minimize your impacts. But then if you come to the end of that process and you still have some unit of direct wetland or indirect wetland impact, you need to develop a mitigation plan. And that would be called compensatory mitigation. And right now there's just a whole array of options for what that mitigation might look like. Mitigation banks that I mentioned before are one option that some agencies strongly prefer. And it can be pretty difficult to do something else if a mitigation bank is an option in your community. But that is one option. And mitigation banks, just briefly, are typically kind of a commercial enterprise that a habitat bank type of a company, or there's others, might develop a very large scale wetland restoration. I'm thinking of Keller Farms specifically because that's a very recent one, and Bothell is in its service area. And they would implement, ahead of any kind of impacts, they would develop, create wetlands, rehabilitate wetlands, restore wetlands, all sorts of functions. And then it's reviewed intensively and approved by multiple state and federal agencies that are all involved. And once it's built and has been shown to be functioning, then that mitigation bank can actually sell credits to applicants who have got a wetland impact somewhere. And then they can basically buy their way out of developing their own compensatory mitigation plan, having to figure out where it's going to go, design it, monitor it, maintain it for 10 years, that sort of thing. So that's one option. And then in lieu fee programs is another option, which is fairly similar. Again, you're basically paying someone else. And again, there is an option of this that it applies within City of Bothell. King County has a program, but basically you contribute dollars to their program, and they will then use that money to implement a project, a restoration project that typically would benefit wetlands and salmonids and a whole variety of kind of ecological functions. But the difference between those two is that a mitigation bank's already built and proven, and then an in lieu fee program, you're providing money so that someone else can then build the project. And then the third kind of broad category is kind of what you might typically have seen, is that Mr. Smith fills a wetland and then he's got to figure out where on earth he's going to mitigate it, how he's going to mitigate it, design his own plan, implement it, monitor it, maintain it, deal with all the agencies, that sort of thing. And those typically, unlike mitigation banks and in lieu fee programs, they're just because of constraints of ownership and just sort of other factors, they're difficult to site in the best kind of ecological location where it has more opportunity to contribute to regional processes and functions to benefit a wide variety of wildlife. they don't always have, the best, biggest buffers and are protected from, unintended consequences of future adjacent developments and properties. So that's kind of the range in a nutshell. Did that answer your question?
Well, it helps me understand it better. I do have a question, which I'm sure that it's already part of the plan, is looking at, if we're talking about critical areas, how closely they contribute to the watershed and into streams? Because I can see, working on one area that might, and creating a bank there, but does it have as much value as what's being lost by this other project that's paying into this bank? And I'm sure you have a way of answering those questions of whether or not that's the best. What's the loss? And if we allow this to happen and we allow them to use a bank, what's the loss in contributing downstream, so to speak?
Yeah.
And I saw that there were staged levels of compensation, and if I'm understanding that correctly, is that if a project is able to get exemptions, mitigations, exemptions, how do we have language that keeps it close to home in that watershed basin in this document here, versus them being able to contribute to something else that impacts a stream over there, but we've lost for this stream that's, Bear Creek versus North Creek kind of thing? Does that?
Yeah, that's a big question. So I think one thing to note is that these particular regulations apply outside of shoreline jurisdiction. So in shoreline jurisdiction, the regulations are a lot more, the thumb is definitely heavier on the scale for preferring on-site in-kind mitigation, because again, you've got that proximity and connection to the Sammamish River or North Creek, where you've got a lot more of that kind of riparian, salmonid, ecosystem sort of stuff going on. And this would apply outside of shoreline jurisdiction. And we include a requirement, you can only use a mitigation bank, let's start there, if you're within the service area of the bank. And those are set, cooperatively by Department of Ecology, the Corps of Engineers, and a variety of other agency stakeholders determine what area around a mitigation bank should be able to compensate for its wetland impacts at the bank. So there's been a lot of sort of watershed level analysis, not at like a city scale or a sub-basin scale, but looking at, more big picture, the Sammamish River and all of its tributaries, kind of that scale in terms of what that service area is. So that's kind of one thing that I think provides a little bit of comfort, is that yes, while you may be impacting a wetland, and it wouldn't be within shoreline jurisdiction of North Creek, it would be one step removed at least, that you are still going to be, through purchasing credits at the mitigation bank, preserving and supporting sort of watershed level, regional level processes, salmon recovery, all those sorts of things. And you may be doing it more effectively by contributing and being part of the bank than if you tried to squeeze a smaller kind of a mitigation on an adjacent property or on the property of the impact. Our process, I think the key regulation or the process we've identified has people look at, what are the ecological functions of the wetland that you're impacting, and then looking at, well, what are the ecological functions that a bank would be providing, and on-site mitigation, what it could provide, or in lieu fee, so that you're kind of, you're making sure, I think, to get to your question, that you are not going to lose something very valuable and that can only be achieved at that particular location, just, kind of tossing it over to a mitigation bank, unless that was appropriate. And I think many of the wetlands that are, possibly would be impacted in the city of Bothell are, several steps removed from one of those shoreline water bodies. They may be isolated wetlands or just kind of little postage stamps that don't have a real strong connection to salmon waterways or, any of the, or they're not connected to larger corridors so that they do more than just provide a postage stamp's worth where you might get like a robin and a raccoon in it, kind of a thing. The process as well, in addition to looking at what are the actual functions that you're impacting, and then what are the functions that might be provided by those other strategies, you would look at potential connectivity of the different strategies to protected fish or wildlife habitat corridors or larger patches of habitat. And again, the idea and what they've seen over time is that folks that have an impact are just kind of making these very piecemeal mitigation sites that don't have any connection to each other or to larger blocks of habitat, and their ability to really support, a wider array, a diverse array of native species kind of in the long term and not just kind of a one and done way, is pretty threatened and pretty limited. We also have people consider what the potential threats are to the long-term sustainability of the site. Again, banks and in lieu fee programs have got these very rigorous protection mechanisms and monitoring and maintenance mechanisms that are kind of in perpetuity. And so no one really just gets to walk away and then see it overcome by Himalayan blackberry or Japanese knotweed, and then overcome by rats or whatever it might be. So there's a lot kind of in play to keep those strategies functioning. But this also still does leave plenty of room for applicants to make that case that mitigation banks and in lieu fee programs are great, but I've got a situation that's next to a stream, we've got coho or steelhead or cutthroat or something in it, and we can also develop an on-site plan that will really, boost the corridor and connections and do that on-site in-kind mitigation. So we've tried to just make it so that there's a very thoughtful process by applicants to select the best strategy based on existing conditions and what their impacts are. And maybe just for a little more background too, is Amy, that,
Amy, yes. Sorry, if I could interrupt you, I want to make sure we leave time for other questions and also for public comment on this. I believe you've answered the Deputy Mayor's question. Is that?
I think so. I just a quick clarifying, and then I'll yield here. It sounds like those service areas, our ability to understand where water percolates all the time to streams may be limited, and so service areas kind of serves as a broad catch basin for looking at our critical areas as a whole versus individual entities. I mean, we have to manage them individually, but it sounds like you're approaching it as a whole collective as well as dealing with them in an isolation. Is that a fair evaluation when you talk about service areas?
I think so.
Okay, leave it at that. We got another couple weeks.
I can try a layperson's response to that, and Amy, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I think the question is about the service area and how those are designated, and how does that factor into the mitigation aspect of it. So those areas are designated, as Amy mentioned, by the Corps of Engineers and Department of Ecology and other agencies. And typically they look at a watershed. So in our case, it's really the Sammamish watershed. So anything that would be done in either within the city of Bothell or say the mitigation bank at Keller Farms would be beneficial to the Sammamish watershed.
Right, good. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, not seeing any other questions. City Clerk, were there any?
Mr. Mayor, we did have one person that signed up to speak, and that is Ann Agard. So we will panel her in just a second.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I'm just going to say one quick word, and then I will give my more detailed comments both in writing and at your public hearing on March the 2nd. So my quick word is I fully support the changes to the Bothell Critical Areas Ordinance that include the adoption of the 2014 wetlands rating system and the use of ecology science-based wetland buffers and the changes that took place in 2016 and 2018. I do have serious reservations about the compensatory mitigation section that you have heard the questions from Deputy Mayor Zorns and the responses from Amy Zumi. These are found in section 1404, 540, sections D, E, and F. Again, that's 1404, 540, D, E, and F. I will discuss these more fully, both in writing and my public comments on March 2nd.
Thank you. That's all I have. I'm sorry. That's all I show that want to sign up to speak. However, if anybody else in the audience would like to speak to this public hearing, please raise your hand now. Use the raise the hand function. I'm not showing anybody, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So I believe we'll need a motion to continue our public meeting to a date set certain of March 2nd.
Public hearing, not public meeting.
Thank you. I was close. I imagine Councilmember Dewar will do a better job.
I don't know, so much time has passed in between. I'd like to motion that we continue the public hearing to a date certain of March 2nd, 2021.
All right, and Councilmember Agnew?
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar with a second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion on that item? Seeing none. City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorn?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, so I just want to hit a couple quick items and then we'll take a break and for the planning docket. But we have AB-21 AB-21-025, so resetting the date, and I'll turn it over to our city attorney, Paul Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an item that council has seen before back on January 12th. There was a petition to vacate a portion of the right-of-way, and then the neighboring owner of the owner of the property neighboring the petitioned area, there's a two-step process for that. First, they have to approach council, and council passes a resolution that to a date on which the applicant can then come and convince council to vacate that right of way. So council passed that resolution, set that to a date certain of March 2nd. Unfortunately, and when they did that, we have to wait at least 20 days in order for public notice to go out, but it can't be longer than 60 days. So unfortunately, a few days ago when we had 18 days left, we noticed there was an error in the notice that went out in that it didn't fully describe the entire property that was up for vacation. And so for that reason, we are asking that you pass this resolution tonight, which is essentially a repeat of your January 12th action that would reset this for the actual hearing on March 16th. If you pass this resolution, then it would also, as part of the resolution, rescind the prior resolution that had set it to March 2nd. So I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Dewar?
I move that we adopt the motion as amended. Or the resolution as amended, sorry.
Councilmember Agnew?
I second that.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar with a second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. All right, our last item before we take a break is AB 21-023, appointment of interim city manager. Let me see. So I believe we will have Human Resource Director Matt Pruitt. There he is, walking down the hallway. Long hallway.
Looks like I'm muted. Sorry. I thought I had set everything up for that not to happen. But thank you, Mayor, and the rest of the council. It's good to see you again. This item asks the City Council to appoint Public Works Director Aaron Linhart to the position of interim city manager and allow the mayor to sign an appointment agreement addendum. The former city manager appointed Director Linhart acting city manager effective Monday, February 8th, and she has been serving in that role since. The City Council confirmed that appointment at their regular council meeting last Tuesday. As discussed last week, an acting appointment is short-term and intended to be less than 30 days. After that discussion, council subsequently directed staff to discuss employment terms with your preferred candidate for a longer-term interim city manager position. The appointment, if you make it, is a limited term appointment in accordance with the City of Bothell policies that you have approved. The primary purpose of an interim assignment is to fill the role of the city manager position during the recruitment and selection process of the next city manager, which is expected to take less than 6 months. Director Linhart has approximately 23 years of experience in city government. She has been the public works director at the city of Bothell for over a decade. She served as the interim deputy city manager at the city from May to November of 2017. And before her employment in Bothell, she worked at the city of Kirkland in a variety of roles. She holds a master's degree in public administration from the Evans School at the UW and a bachelor's degree in business from Arizona State University. She also serves our community outside of her employment at the city on the technical advisory committee at Cascadia College. She's well respected by staff who are eager to work with her and support her in this role, and is thought of as a leader within the organization that treats all people with equity, kindness, and respect. The employment agreement addendum is in your packet. Adjust Director Linhart's salary in accordance with city policy. She plans to return to her position as the Public Works Director after the interim assignment ends. If approved, the total cost of this item is expected to be approximately $7,500 over a 6-month period. The next step in the process will be to bring options to develop a salary range for the city manager position and options in a recommendation to hire an executive search firm to coordinate the recruitment process. We expect to discuss both of these items with you at your regular meeting in March.
Councilmember Dewar?
Thank you, Mayor. I wholeheartedly move that we appoint Public Works Director Aaron Linhart to the position of interim city manager and allow the mayor to sign the employment agreement addendum.
Councilmember Agnew?
I definitely wholeheartedly approve that and second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion? Councilmember Thompson?
Real quick, I just wanted to say, Aaron, thank you for taking this on. I know it's a lot. We really appreciate the tenure that you have here, your steady personality, and I'm really looking forward to working with you.
Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Oh yeah, I just echo what Councilmember Thompson just said. And I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen a flash of yellow cards all come up at the same time in my feed here. So I thank you, Aaron, for stepping forward. We really appreciate it.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank you, Aaron, for stepping up. But I think what's really important that I heard is the support that you have from the city staff and the respect. And also one line that really convinced me we wanted you, and that is that you treat all people with equity, kindness, and respect. And I so much appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm going to start with the bad before the good, but we need to at least allow ourselves the opportunity to ask questions if we have questions before we make motions, if possible, where possible. But I would agree with all the other council members. Aaron, I look forward to continuing the path that we're on, continue to do great things for our community. I do want to say that I am super impressed with the way Public Works has come through this snowstorm that we just came through. And if you continue to lead that way, our city, we're in good hands with you. And I just thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for stepping into the position. Thank you.
Yes, I too look forward to working with you. Coming from similar backgrounds, I can appreciate the hard work that you have been doing in Public Works all these years. And I couldn't think of a better person within our city to take on this challenge while we find a new city manager to take the wheel on this great ship of ours. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second with plenty of discussion. So, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorn?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Great. Welcome. All right, so let's take a 5-minute break. Actually, let's do a 10-minute break. We have, and we'll come back with AB 21-024, consideration of the 2021 planning docket. All right, see you back in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. We are on to item AB 20-024, Community Development 2021 Planning Docket. So I'll turn it over to Community Development Director Michael Cotterman.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening again, members of the council. So this is our annual presentation to the council. I know you all look forward to it as much every year as I do. We have our work program, a proposed work program for you this evening. So we're going to go through a presentation, and I'm going to be assisted by all of the strategic planning staff tonight. That is Sarah Desimone, who's our historic preservation consultant. She'll be doing the presentation on the Landmark Preservation Board's work program. And then I also have Dave Boyd, our senior planner, whom you're very familiar with, and Nathan Lamb, our new senior planner. Nathan, could you turn your video on, please? There he is. So Nathan has been here exactly 4 weeks, and I think he's read every document that we've produced in the last 2 years just to try to get up to speed.
Wow.
He's been very busy reading, and he's ready to get busy doing some things as well. So that's one of the things we're going to talk about in the docket tonight is the tasks that we're proposing for this year, so we can get started on some of those things, and then talk about what we've accomplished from last year's as well. So with that, I'm going to share my screen here, and while I'm doing that, just a little bit about Nathan. As I said, he started 4 weeks ago here at the city. He came to us from Chesapeake, Virginia, a city in the Tidelands of Virginia. He grew up pretty much in the Oregon, in the Portland area, south of Portland, I should say, in Oregon. Went to school at Portland State for his bachelor's and master's degrees, and also spent some time at University of Washington, Tacoma. So he has some Northwest connections, and he's very excited to be back in the Northwest, and we're very excited to have him in Bothell and have a whole slew of things for him to work on once we can get him started on those things. So you'll hear from him in just a little bit. So tonight we're just going to go over the status of the docket items from 2020. Just a quick reminder of the process we go through in developing this docket. And then we'll go through a review. I'm going to have Nathan and Dave and Sarah walk you through the different pieces of the proposed docket for 21. And then talk to council about any changes that you want to make to that, either additions, deletions, or changing priorities. And we are looking for a motion of approval this evening. That's as formal of an action as we need. So there's no ordinance or resolution or anything like that. It would just be a motion based on any changes that you might make. So a little bit of some of the numbers on the 2020 docket and what we've accomplished in the past year or so. We started out with 24 tasks. Those include the subtasks. So we have the major ones, then oftentimes there are several tasks below that. So we count all of those individually. We've completed 12 of them as of tonight. That includes the adoption of the housing code amendments and the short plat and duplex housing. Didn't quite get to 13 tonight, but hopefully we'll do that in a couple of weeks. So we have 7 more of those that are still underway, and we're going to be completing 6 of those this year. Most of those are mandatory items that we had carryover from last year, and we'll talk a little bit about those. We have 5 that we did not start, that we had intended to get started on. We were not able to, but 3 of those we've carried forward, and we're proposing that we start those this year. And that has to do with the micro apartments, the missing middle housing, and some research on transfer of development rights. So some of the major accomplishments, of 2020, just to highlight a few of those, and these are in attachment 2 in your packet. Obviously, one of the big ones was the Canyon Park Subarea Plan, the development regulations, and the Planned Action Ordinance that was adopted in December by the City Council. Earlier last year, we also brought you the Title 22 code amendments. Those had to do with the historic preservation, the Landmark Preservation Board's authority and their procedures. There were some major changes to that the council adopted. At the same time, we brought to you the Downtown Historic Preservation Regulations, some amendments to that Dave Boyd presented. Council also adopted those. And then a couple of things we worked on in terms of affordable housing. There were some requirements from House Bill 1923 about reducing parking for certain types of housing that are within a quarter mile of high level transit service. So we have addressed those for the most part. There was one that we held back a little bit, and Dave will talk about that a little later. And then, as you recall, we also had some amendments that we were anticipating on Parcel A. This is the Sama Apartments project that Imagine Housing is proposing. And they needed some adjustments to the code in order to make that project work and to provide the affordable housing that the city is anticipating and encouraging in the downtown. Excuse me. So we were able to complete those amendments as well. And then finally, the Downtown Public Space Code amendments that came toward the end of the year, and that was one that, that we've been working on for a while. So those are just some of the highlights. Here's a little bit about the docket process that we go through. So we have a deadline of October 31st of every year for private requests to amend either the code or the comprehensive plan. So we take all of those in. We also look at any items that we have not finished or initiated or started that the council had wanted us to get to in that docket year and carry those forward. So we never take anything off the list. We always keep carrying it forward until it's done or the council tells us to take it off. And then there are several items that are identified by staff as we go along through the year working on different projects. Some certain code amendments may end up triggering some additional amendments that hadn't originally been anticipated. So we try to include those. We put all that together into a draft that we then take to the Planning Commission to review the planning docket with them and get their feedback. We don't ask for any formal action by them or recommendation, but we do ask for their input. If they have any suggested additions, which they have done in the past, or any changes in priorities. I will note that this year they didn't make any changes, but they did want us to convey to the council that they would like to put some emphasis on the missing middle housing task that we have. And we'll talk about that again a little bit later. Sarah takes the docket items to the Landmark Board. It becomes their work program for the upcoming year and hers as well. And then obviously we coordinate with other departments because a lot of the things that we do in community development affect not only our work, but also Public Works, the transportation piece of that, the fire department, Parks Department. So there's a lot of other interaction and coordination that we need to do there. And then finally, we bring all of that to the City Council for as a proposal to you of what we think we can accomplish this year. And we look at what are the requirements, what are the mandated items, what are the items that are consistent with council priorities, the direction you've given us in the past, as well as other items that have come onto the list, and we ask you for any changes to that. But we put together what we think we can accomplish given the hours that we have available and the tasks that are before us, and we ask for your approval on that. So here's an example of how we've organized this. And just a quick refresher, I know most of you are pretty familiar with this. The first column on the left is really the priority. So we start with the mandatory items. We have 5 of them this year, and those are described. And some of those, most of those will be wrapping up this year, actually. Then we have a description of the source, whether it's mandatory, optional, council priority. If we've been working on it, we give you a status of when it was initiated and we're still working on it. Then a description of that task as well as the proposed timing. So will we get it done or will we at least get it started in 2021? And that's something to keep in mind as you see the dates on there. Sometimes we have some specific dates like the first quarter, you'll notice on that first example. Other times we generally just use the year because we will either complete it or we'll at least get it started in the year that's identified. And then other items will be deferred to next year or beyond. So again, we carry everything forward that we don't get done this year, whether it was deferred or something that we had initiated, just so you are aware of everything that is still on the docket. And then we do a very rough estimate of how many hours we think it will take for the community development staff time to put into this to get that completed. And as Dave will attest to, and I'm sure Nathan will quickly learn, I'm notorious for underestimating the amount of time that these things take. And there are a lot of other things that affect that as well. So other outside influences often take other time away that we don't then get to the things as quickly as we want to. So the way that this is organized this evening is I have Nathan leading off, and he's going to be talking primarily about comprehensive plan amendments and the Canyon Park implementation. Those will be the areas that he'll be focusing on for this year. And then Dave is going to talk about the housing, the downtown, and some environmental code work that needs to be done as well. Shoreline Master Program that is part of that. And he'll be talking about those, and that'll be his main areas of focus. And then Sarah's going to talk about the Landmark Preservation Board and the work program that they've put together with her direction. And then I'll talk more about the hours and then discuss with you any changes in the priorities or the list that you might have. So with that, I am going to introduce Nathan Lamb, our new senior planner, and ask you to take it away, Nathan.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Hey, good evening, everyone, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of City Council. It's a pleasure to meet you all and be here for the first time with you. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank Michael and all of the staff at City Hall and compliment them and give them my highest recommendation. They've made my transition from the East Coast very smooth. They've helped me feel comfortable in getting up to speed with everything that you got going on. So I just can't say enough good things about them. So thank you to city staff. And I'm definitely happy to be back in the Pacific Northwest. So I'll get us started here with our proposed 2021 docket. And number one is the critical area regulation amendments that you all had some discussion about, and you'll have some ongoing discussion about early March. And going into number two with our comprehensive plan amendments, we've got some sub items here. So I'll do my best to explain them. The A is the bike plan update. And you all had a recent presentation by Public Works at one of your last meetings where they updated you about where the city is with the bike plan. And we're just going to be continuing to work with their department to get it included as amendment as part of the annual amendment cycle to get the bike plan integrated into the comprehensive plan. The second one here, B, the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. We, in consultation with the Parks Department, have decided to defer that to 2022. It doesn't affect budgets or anything like that, but once we get to that point, we're gonna be reviewing the PROS plan and its alignment with the corresponding comprehensive plan element. C is the private amendment requests that the department has received to date. We're just deferring those into the 2024 major periodic update. Go to the next slide. So these next items, 3, 4, and 5, are all interrelated in some way, and the infographic on the screen that you see from PSRC does a good job of kind of showing the relationship between how these are interrelated. I know it's helpful for me learning the Growth Management Act and getting used to how we operate. So number 3 here is buildable lands reports. Those are county-driven projects, and we are continuing right now in the midst of giving input to the counties and coordinating with them to determine our buildable lands capacity, and those reports are due in June. Number 4, growth targets. This is related to number 3. It's informed by number 3, but it's separate in that it has its different processes and timelines. And King and Snohomish County have their own timelines as well. So we just continue to coordinate with them. Number 5 are the countywide planning policies, which we are saying that we want to wrap up by quarter 3, quarter 4 later this year. This supports the 2024 periodic update of the comprehensive plan. And all of these items are foundational to our 2024 update. Moving on, so we're actually skipping number 6 because my colleague Dave Boyd is going to talk about some housing items. So he'll follow up with that in a few minutes. But for number 7, we've got our Canyon Park implementation items, and these are items that we want to get to and finish this year. So starting with the multifamily tax exemption program, this was carried over from last year, as I understand, and it's an important part of implementation for Canyon Park, but it'll be a citywide program. And Dave's going to talk and expand on this in just a few minutes. So moving on to the next item, the PSRC certification process. We are working on that right now. Since Canyon Park was adopted, it needs to be certified by PSRC, and it's essentially just showing how the plan meets the expectations and criteria of regional growth centers and Vision 2050 in the regional centers framework. Moving on to the bonus incentive program. As I understand it, this topic was explored quite a bit, and we're going to continue to be researching different incentives because we didn't include anything when we adopted the plan and ordinance, but we'll just be working to nail down the details of different incentives. Next, we have transfer of development rights, TDR, and working with Sound Transit. We're currently in the midst of working out and scoping details for an agreement with Sound Transit for bus base north, which is in Canyon Park, as you know. And then we have the integration of the street standards that were adopted with the ordinance to the BMC late last year. Essentially, this is just going to update the construction design manual with the city, and it's going to help streamline development applications in the Canyon Park area or sub area. The last few items we have are we've decided to defer to 2022 and beyond. We just don't think that we're going to have time for them this year. The first is a commercial linkage fee. The second is deferring required site improvements. And the third is transportation demand management. And we've got public works on here because we're going to continue pursuing a TDM program with them, but we don't have a timetable nailed down yet for you all. So with that, I am going to pass it to Dave Boyd.
Thanks, Nathan. And again, let me add my welcome and really look forward to working with you through this year and into the future. So item number 6, which we skipped over, is the housing strategy implementation. So this is a continuing effort. So we tonight took action on the House Bill 1923 issues, at least the first part of those, the ones that we got the Commerce Grant for to allow duplexes in single family zones and increase short plats to 9 lots. And we did get some direction already from council on a desire to go beyond that. So that's one thing that we definitely want to explore in 2021. We got a start on our multifamily tax exemption program in 2020, but had to kind of put it on the back burner, and we're working closely with Arch on that and needed their expertise to help us with the affordable housing provisions for the Canyon Park plan. But we're ready to jump back into that, and we'll be bringing that to you in the not too distant future. There is one private code amendment that we are pursuing. That's Task 8A. And it also it's for a development that is proposing micro apartments, and so we anticipate needing to address micro apartments because our code really doesn't address them well right now. So that will be wrapped up in Task 8A, which I'll get to in a moment, and then we'll continue to. Perhaps not through code amendments, but through other procedures, look at ways that we can reduce barriers for accessory dwelling units and really take a harder look at other ways that we can effectively address missing middle housing to find housing that's affordable for the middle part of the income bracket. Part of that will have to also continue over into 2022. We heard about support for cottage housing, so that potentially could move forward. But as of now, we haven't actually had any serious proposals for cottage housing, and our code actually does allow for the development of cottage style housing through the through the clustering mechanism, but we do anticipate continuing to look at that and other missing middle housing options into 2022. Next. For the downtown sub-area implementation, the private code amendment that we have received is a proposal to revise the 3-story general downtown corridor overlay that is mostly along Beardsley Boulevard. So we're going to be taking that to Planning Commission for a study session on March 3rd. One of the early tasks will be to look at defining the area where that will apply, and a number of other items, and that's all tied to raising that limit with a provision for affordable housing for new development that does go to 4 stories rather than the 3 that's allowed now. Another downtown issue is to a nomination for a candidate countywide center. This is something that we've contemplated for a while, that we were anticipating would be part of the 2024 update, but King County has actually announced that they want jurisdictions to nominate candidate countywide centers this year. So we'll be working on that to have the downtown designated officially as a countywide center, which will make downtown, like Kenyon Park, better able to compete for grants and particularly transportation grants. One item that's been a carryover now for a couple of years is a parking management plan that hasn't been funded yet. So we're proposing to defer that to at least to 2022 or whenever that does get funded. A few other items, school impact fee collection, transferring that to the school district. We are prepared to move forward on that this year. And some miscellaneous code amendments. When we did the parking reductions near frequent transit, we chose to hold off on, there was interest in expanding the reduction for market rate housing to a half-mile radius from the state mandated quarter mile. But we wanted to look at whether we could get some requirement for affordable housing in going beyond the state mandated limit. And then, as has already been mentioned, there's interest in this year in doing further research on county transfer development rights programs and looking at both potential sending and receiving sites within Bothell. Other amendments on the list are either deferred or that we'll tackle as time allows. Next. And then finally, for my part of this, there are some Shoreline Master Program related amendments that we're going to reconvene the Shoreline Board probably in the fall of this year. One, to deal with some changes to the Shoreline Code to provide consistency with the 2020 FEMA amendments that were adopted by Council. 2, to consider recommendations from the Stormwater Plan for streamlining and updating references of the Shoreline Code. And then to consider our current buffer enhancement incentives, which was part of the recommendation in 2019 from the Shoreline Board it wasn't within the scope of that update, but they did want to put it on the docket in 2020, and we're proposing to tackle that either in 2021 or once we tackle these first two items, possibly into the beginning part of 2022. Next. And I'll turn it over to Sarah Desmond.
Thank you, Dave. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. As you know, Bothell is a certified local government community, or a CLG community, which means that the city just has a historic preservation program that's been approved by the state and is sort of monitored by the State Historic Preservation Office. Some of the items that are on the proposed Landmark Board docket are mandated by that program, and then others are projects that were just initiated by the Landmark Board out of interest or a need. On the proposed docket, the first item is a CLG mandated item. Several years ago, the Landmark Board initiated an update to the city's historic resources inventory, which, when is complete, will add an additional 887 properties that were constructed in the mid-20th century period, or the post-World War II period. To date, all of the properties have been surveyed and photographed, but still need to be entered into the state's wizard database, which is where the city's inventory is held. This task has been going on since 2013, but I do expect that it'll be completed by the end of the year. The other ongoing tasks are the just general administrative planning and permit review activities that are part of the consultant contract, which take up about half of the consultant hours. New to the docket this year is a project that the Landmark Board has had kind of in development for several years called Telling Bothell's Full Story. It was originally conceived as kind of a project to honor native lands and tribal lands, but it's since been expanded to include all the communities of color and underrepresented communities of Bothell. The title of the project comes from a social media initiative that was started a few years ago by the National Trust for Historic Preservation called Tell the Full Story. They developed a hashtag called Tell the Full Story, which communities and organizations have been using for a couple of years to share the history and the preservation efforts of historic sites that are related to underrepresented communities and communities of color throughout the US. So this project will be a long-term project that will be phased into probably 3 sections over several years, with the ultimate goal really just being to uncover the full history of Bothell and augment kind of what we already know about the city's historical development, which was written from the standpoint of the white European settlers. The project will include historical and demographic research, probably an oral history component, and it will definitely have a community engagement program. And hopefully several local and national register nominations will come out of it. The first being a local and national register nomination for the Benjamin F. McAdoo Jr. House, which is already getting underway and has the full support of the home's owners. The board also plans to apply for a certified local government grant this year from the State Historic Preservation Office, as well as grants through Four Cultures preservation programs to help support this project. The last 3 items on the Landmark Board docket are carried over from previous years and include the post-World War II landmark nominations that we completed last year using Four Culture grant funds, and the update to the Bothell Then and Now book, which the board has chosen to defer for the time being. And lastly, as I mentioned, the Native Peoples Project has been merged into the Tell the Full Story project. And with that, I will turn it back over to Director Cotterman.
Knew I was going to do that. Thank you, Sarah, Dave, and Nathan for the presentation. So I want to wrap it up with just a list of the items that, as I mentioned, we carry everything forward. So these are still items that will be listed on the docket, but we're not proposing them for action, at least in this year. And then also talk some more about the hours that we anticipate or estimate we have available to do the tasks that we are proposing. So most of these, I think the council is familiar with. The first one is really the planned action EIS for the downtown. As we've talked about previously with the council, we are starting to get close to the ceiling that we have, the threshold that we have for what the planned action EIS covers in terms of residential development in the downtown. So when we're able to get budget for updating that, we'll be able to increase that threshold and again, cover future projects. Otherwise, those projects will just have to do their own environmental review, which is always an option. We had brought private streets to the council a couple of years ago as an issue. This is an issue that seems to have died down somewhat. I think we've addressed a lot of it through changes to our design and construction standards, but we'll keep it on there for now in case something comes up again. Sign regulations we've talked about in the last few years. There was the Supreme Court case, Reed versus Gilbert, that we have not been able to get to our sign regulations. We think it would probably take a significant amount of hours to do that work, possibly require some outside consultant assistance as well, and certainly would need to involve quite a bit of engagement with the business community that would be most affected by any changes to the sign regulations. So again, because of the magnitude of that, we just don't feel that we can really put the resources into it to even begin it this year. Similarly, with the landscape regulations, that would take a considerable amount of hours from staff as well as consultants to really redo our landscape regulations. There's significant updates that need to go into that. I know that's one that Bruce had always wanted to do while he was still here. But maybe he'll start a consulting business and we can hire him to come back and write that for us. The adult entertainment is really specific to espresso stands. This is an issue that came up several years ago that's been carried forward every year. Again, this is not an issue that has risen as a top priority as far as code amendments. And again, it would involve a lot of, we get into a lot of First Amendment issues with that. So it would be quite a bit of time with legal as well to work on that. An issue that came up a couple of years ago at council was an instance that happened a few years ago on a project where some land had been dedicated as park as part of a private project development. And the council raised some concerns about how that had been basically accepted prior to council agreeing to want to accept that dedication. So again, I think we're able to address this mostly through our internal processes, but we're still monitoring that to make sure that that is working and see if we need to bring an amendment forward in the future. Nathan referred to several private land use amendments for the comprehensive plan that we have recommended the last couple of years be deferred to the next major update. We can consider them all at one time. And similarly with the Nike Hill plan, that the Planning Commission sent a recommendation to the council to the council about 4 or 5 years ago. And at this point, we feel that would really need to be revisited as part of that 24 update as well. So part of our process is to look at what resources, staff resources we have available to work on all of these items. So we come up with an estimated number of hours. We look at our estimate of the number of hours it will take to do the different tasks. We look at what are the ones that we're required to do, what are the ones that support council's priorities, and then everything else becomes what we call an optional task. So we try to allocate the hours accordingly. Obviously, we need to do the mandatory ones. Then we try to put as many hours as we can into the council priorities, and then look at the other optional tasks and which ones the staff believes are probably higher priorities in terms of what is going to bring the most benefit or be the most effective in terms of the work that we do in serving the public. So you can see with our staffing, we're looking at about 2,500 hours available. That would get us to the 1 through 11, as we talked about in the presentation. And it does include some new tasks. Those are some of the mandatory ones, as well as a couple of others that came up. And some of these are things that we didn't anticipate. As Dave mentioned, for example, the King County Countywide Center's candidate nomination for the downtown. We didn't anticipate that coming up this year, but if we want to be competitive in the funding, we need to do that this year. So we've had conversations with Public Works. They're fully behind it as well. So we've made that a higher priority on the list. There are other things that come up as well that we don't necessarily anticipate or that we don't control. Today, for example, we received an appeal on the Canyon Park subarea plan. So that is something that is not in the docket and is not in our work program, but will likely eat up some substantial staff hours. This past year, we've done several interim ordinances related to the pandemic. Again, trying to be responsive to needs as those come up, but all of those have an effect, and it's why we don't have as many hours allocated to the docket items as sometimes we would like. And then I also want to mention that we're really going to focus more on how we're doing our outreach and public engagement on many of these tasks that it's necessary and beneficial and important that we do that. And so the more public engagement that we do, the more hours it will take us to do those tasks, and that will delay some of the completion of them as well. So with that, I am going to stop my presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. If there are any changes that you would like to make or clarifications, any changes to priorities, adding, deleting items from the list.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mike and Dave and Nathan, and welcome, Nathan. I'm an East Coast native myself, so we can talk sometime about what we miss, really good bagels and other things. I have so much respect for how inundated you are and how much you have to juggle, and I'm always super frustrated by how little we get done, and I know how hard you work, so it's no commentary on that. But I'm going to add another thing to the list of things I'd like to look at, and that is the downtown sub-area plan. Sorry, I'm coughing. Because we all agreed what we wanted for the gateway projects. We know we didn't get it. We've got a public comment. We didn't get it. And that's because we have no teeth. And so I'm going to make that point, and then I'm going to go get water. Hopefully I can talk again later when I'm not coughing.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I'm going to just pick up while she goes and gets a drink of water and echo. We have to open up the downtown sub-area and get the gateway project, especially for EF and G. Now, I don't know if time is of the essence because I know we're still cleaning up soil, so it could be this would be your input on, can it wait till the end of 2021, beginning of 2022, but it has to be opened up. We have to fix it. People are very frustrated about a gateway with no teeth. So, and I know we're asking a lot because you already have so many good projects on here. What gets put to the side? I would really encourage cottage housing, that missing middle, that we get real aggressive about that missing middle piece and cottage housing. And Dave's right, cluster housing. We've got that groundwork ready to go on that. So it's not like we're having to start that from the from the ground up. And I know I'm talking, I apologize because I know I'm talking very cavalier. What you do does not involve waving a magic wand. There's a lot of juggling around of the pieces that I have very little appreciation for. You do the sweating, and I just, enjoy what you've put together. So
that's our job.
I know. I just adore you guys, and I can tell I adore Nathan too. And I saw a planning commission meeting. He's from Yamhill. Is that right? So I have a confession, Nathan. If you met one of my favorite authors, I'm either going to be jealous or bitterly disappointed. I mean, everybody knows Beverly Cleary with these, well, my generation knows her, with Beezus and Ramona and Henry and Ribsy and all that stuff. I think she's over 102, 103 now. So if she's not a sweet little old lady, if she's a cranky one, don't tell me, because I have a picture of her. It's entirely different.
I have not met her, but I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, I think she lives in McMinnville. Is that right? What is it?
Yep, that's where I grew up and went to high school.
Oh my goodness, and you have not had that brush with greatness.
Yeah, I was in a rush to get out of McMinnville, and that's when I moved to Tacoma and went to UW for a couple years. So,
you know, one of my sons just bought a house down there, and and my husband's from there. There's a lot going on in Tacoma, I will confess. So
yeah, I couldn't stay away from Washington. I prefer, don't tell my friends, but I prefer Washington over Oregon. So it's good to be back.
I don't know. Okay, so one question, sometime on the side, you got to tell me if there's a shortcut to get to the coast from south of Portland. Anyway.
We can put on the work program, but we'll need to bump something else up.
I'm sorry. When COVID is down, we'll have lunch, and you know, I'll just let you tell me all those tidbits for navigating the best part of Oregon.
Sounds good.
Okay. So the one thing that I have a request, and this is not on our planning department. It's on the people who've sat here in the council chairs. We have neglected, and I guess I'm a closet tree hugger, but those little guys right there, this is my house at the turn of the last century, and it's been added on a little bit, but those little guys are still standing, and they're quite bigger. And according to Forterra, the three of them have sequestered, how did I do that? I did the math. They have sequestered about 42 tons of carbon, not to mention stabilizing the soil and creating habitat and bridges between our forests. You know, we've got a couple of forest groups. We are the only city that does not have any kind, no, that's harsh and that's not accurate. We have tree retention for one small big application, but small opportunities. Most of the trees in Bothell do not have protection. I asked permission to share this story. Someone who's been involved in the city frequently, and he had a situation where a few years ago, someone tromped over the property line and cut down one of his trees because he didn't like it. So if we had a tree permit, and so now that's a civil case, right? He's got to go take that to court. Had we had a tree permit ordinance in Bothell, most people who bring down trees know when a permit is required, and that tree might have been saved. We regularly hear from people who are just shocked at trees that come down. At this point, I don't care what tree ordinance we get. Even our core sister city, Linwood, has tree permits in place. I don't care at this point, what we do. I don't care about, I do care, but if we would just get a bare minimum of a tree permit in place, just grab a couple codes from Lake Forest Park, Woodinville, or Linwood, Kenmore, grab them, throw them in front of Planning Commission, say, which do you like the best? Put it in front of, they've already done the heavy lifting, and make it a little more broad and generous if you need to, go from a 4-inch diameter to an 8-inch diameter, but something that can start protecting the trees that do so much to contribute to what makes Bothell Bothell. And I would just ask that we as a council ask for some kind of tree protection ordinance permitting for trees before they come down. And it doesn't have to be complicated, just something that will help protect the trees here in Bothell. And the gateway, and I think, and we already talked about the middle housing. So if Councilmember Doer is back and can talk, I'm going to yield the floor to her and to whoever else has comments and things on their wish list.
Yeah, so Councilmember Doer, if you want to.
Thank you. My apologies. No, just quickly, we went through the process. All of council, we spent an evening talking about what our hopes and desires were for Lot D. We all agreed we needed this. This was a once in kind of a generation project or site, that and E, F, and G. We all talked about what we were looking for, what we wanted. We did not amend the sub-area plan, and the result is, for those of you who have seen it, nothing like the vision that we all had. And so I think we need to amend that sub-area plan if we want to get the type of project that we were all looking at and excited about having when we spent that evening together, as far as having a real prominent gateway that said something about inviting people passing by on 522 into our town. And so it looks like we're opening up the sub-area plan. I don't know if we're opening up the downtown sub-area plan, but I would really just beg my fellow council members to support doing this work and spending the time, because even if, Lot D, even if we can't do everything we want with Lot D, there's still E, F, and G to be done. And I just can't emphasize enough the importance of these two plots of land and what they can do for our front face, the image of Bothell, to people that are passing by on 522. So I think we have done some of the work already. I just would ask that we turn mays into musts and get some teeth behind what our vision is. So thank you.
So Mr. Mayor, if I could ask for some clarification from Councilmember Dewar and also the Deputy Mayor, because they both spoke to this issue. So in terms of the work program, first of all, I just want to clarify for the council and the public, we're not done with the review on Block D. So there is teeth in the ordinance. We're going to use that teeth to the best of our ability to make sure we get as good a design as possible. I can't guarantee that will satisfy everyone. Tastes vary tremendously, but I just want to be clear that the design that's been submitted so far is not the final design. It's still in review. Staff has made comments. We're looking for improvements to that, and we're going to continue to work with the developer on improving the design of the building proposed for Block D. So that's one part. The second part is anything that we do now wouldn't apply to Block D because it's already vested in the current regulations. So I just want to be very clear about that as well. It certainly would apply to any future development on E, F, and G, or any other parcels in the downtown that we propose to apply that to. The third point is really more of a clarification. When you say open up the downtown sub-area plan, the plan includes policy as well as regulation. And what I think I'm hearing, and I want to make sure that I'm clear about this because it affects what we do and how much we would have to do. If you're talking more about design regulations, similar to what we talked about with the downtown historic preservation, we changed some mays to musts and shoulds to shalls. If you're talking about the regulatory side and beefing up some of the design requirements, that's one work program. To open up the entire downtown sub-area plan is a much bigger work issue. I mean, that could take on the life like a Canyon Park sub-area plan update. So I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification on what
absolutely
what issues are there.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. So I guess I totally understand that is not a complete design. And I'm not accusing staff at all of not having done your job or anything. We went through that process. My biggest concern is we all made very clear that it should be a gateway and there should be some sort of corner marking. And that is definitely missing from the design. And so I don't want to open up a can of worms by any means, but when the past city manager said that we didn't open up the sub-area plan and therefore we didn't have any teeth to get what we wanted, what we all thought we were going to get when we went through that design exercise where we kind of went through our visual preferences. I'm talking about whatever we need to do, as minor as we need to do it. I'm not sure with the scope of it to make sure that vision happens. I feel like we did the work, and I want to make sure that evening that we spent, that we all kind of came to an agreement on, that vision can be come to fruition. I guess that's what I'm talking about. So if it's just a very narrow scope, I'm happy to have a narrow scope. I certainly don't intend to open up a lot of work for you. So just whatever it takes to make sure that the things that we talked about can be enforced a little bit. I don't think it's much different than what we have, other than there's certainly some things missing from what we talked about in depth.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Is that clear?
That's helpful. What I'm hearing is more about the design regulations and maybe adding some regulations or beefing up some of the regulations, talking more specifically about what a gateway feature would be and how that would work either into the architecture or something beyond that. And I wasn't taking your comment as a criticism in any way, shape, or form. I just wanted to make sure that the public understands, and the council as well. If you're not familiar with our process, there's still a lot more to go on that. So we're not done with reviewing the design and like as I said, continuing to press the applicant to do better in terms of the design of the building, as well as some type of gateway feature that increases the prominence of that main corner. We'll see how successful we are, but we're still working on it. That's the main point I wanted to make.
I appreciate it. Like I said, it's like a once in a generation kind of opportunity for us to define who we are in terms of the prominence of those two parcels. And so I just want to take as much advantage of that as we can to kind of control that and to get what we want. I did have one other comment, which was regarding the landmark board. I don't want to change anything, but what I would ask the landmark board to do when they do review is that they look at hopefully combining that history of BIPOC and Native Americans in the written portion of the book when they update the book, and certainly if there's any way to include the work of McAdoo as part of that book, I think that would be fabulous.
Definitely. I think that's part of why it's being deferred as well. So we'll have more information later to add.
Super. Thank you so much.
Hey, Mike, just a question on kind of the process here as we're kind of hearing from the different council members and some desired additions to the work plan, because your work plan looks like it was maxed out as the available hours. Would you prefer that we kind of have a list and go over what could be kind of just minor add-ons, or where we have to remove some items to make these fit into the current hour budget?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was going to get to that point where I have to be the bad guy and say, okay, what do you want to cut? Because anything we add to the list means we have to take something else off the priority list. Doesn't mean it comes off the docket. It just gets moved down in the priority list and we spend hours elsewhere. So I was going to see how long the list became, and then talk about what the consensus of the council is as far as what they'd like to see included or not.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Thompson. Or actually, I believe Councilmember McAuliffe had her card up quite a bit ago.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to kind of piggyback on what was said before on a kind of a gateway. We kind of in our plan for Lot D, we had kind of a connection to Main Street so that we kind of connected that. And so I think that I really support doing whatever we can to get the design to kind of respect our intentions. Mm-hmm. I also wanted to mention that the park at Bothell Landing is really the entry into our city. And I'm not going to say that we shouldn't have a dog park there, but I do want to say that it doesn't reflect a very welcoming entry. And I've heard a lot of our community say, isn't there something we can do better at that point? And so that's a really big concern of mine as well. And then for all of your work, I want to say, Nathan, Sarah, Michael, and David, I really appreciate what you have put before us. I hope we can kind of think about this a while and review it, and we don't have to make decisions tonight. One other thing that I want to bring up for Sarah's benefit, and I don't know if this is important to you or not, but I have what I call an abstract, or what always has been referred to as abstract. It dates back to the early 1800s. It tells the story by titles of transfer of land from the United States government to people who bought it in King County. It's signed at one point by President Grover Cleveland, and it goes through the history of these people who we know the names of because they were the early settlers in Bothell. So if you're interested, let me know, Sarah, because I've had it forever and it's very historic, and I'd love to share some of the information.
I would love to see it. Thank you.
It's pretty exciting.
I think you just made her day.
Well, it was given to me by the people who actually owned the land and of our home, and our home was built prior to the 1900s. So it's interesting.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a list, so if I look up here, it's because I can't remember it off the top of my head. Nathan, thank you so much for the presentation and welcome. We're super happy to have you here. Hope you enjoy it back here in the Northwest, which it sounds like you do. Just to hit on a couple things that a couple other council members brought up, kind of actually along the same lines as what the mayor just said, like what sort of time commitment would we be looking at to define a very basic tree ordinance or to adapt that from a neighboring city's ordinance?
I know it sounds simple to just borrow from other ordinances, which, believe it or not, we often do. We don't recreate the wheel when we don't have to, but not every ordinance automatically fits another situation. So, and when you take it through the process, people want to add and subtract from it, and there are implications to that. So all that's background explanation, and also to buy me a little more time to do some calculations in my head. I think we're probably looking at a minimum of maybe 60 to 80 hours. Because remember, there also needs to be some type of a public outreach on this, because we're talking about creating a new requirement. We have some tree protection now. So we want to take a look at what we do. Creating another permit adds a whole nother dimension to it. Then there's an enforcement aspect to that. That can be part of our code compliance. So we already have the mechanism in place, but it adds a workload there as well. So there are other things to consider. Off the top of my head, and again, as I've already given my disclaimer, these numbers are very rough, but I would say, 60 to 80 hours of staff time.
Awesome, thank you. And I totally understand that you are not prepared to answer that, and I'm not holding you to anything, don't worry. The Gateway project, I share some of the concerns that have been brought up by the other council members. Really, the one thing that I would like to see out of it is less design and more functional, more fine-grained retail. Every building that we have downtown that gets built where there's like a block of wall with like an entrance to parking is just that streetscape that we will never get back. And I would love to see more smaller spaces for retail in downtown Bothell, as well as just more opportunity as our population down there grows, just the opportunity for more vibrancy on the street. Is that an entire different process than what the other council members are talking about, more with the design element?
It goes beyond the geographic area if we're talking about Gateway. You're talking about a larger area of the downtown. And we already have some of those standards and requirements in place. And I know Dave's just
chomping at the bit.
ready to pounce on that and talk some more about it. And Dave, you can add to that. Maybe talk a little bit about what we already do require in the downtown and how we address that. Because I know we have a lot of design standards and regulations that preclude those blank walls that you're talking about.
And I just add that the initial submittal for Lot D, the pre-application submittal, wasn't compliant with our downtown plan with regard to retail. It didn't have retail lining the boulevard, which is required. That's the one face of that block that does require ground floor retail. When the downtown plan was adopted, there was some debate about whether the Main Street extension should have required ground floor retail. But the strong suggestion of our consultants was that our zoning prior to the downtown plan allowed pedestrian-oriented retail too broadly, that we really needed to focus it on Main Street and the boulevard to create that critical mass. So So there was a reason why it wasn't required there. So yeah, there are, and I just like to use that also as a to reinforce that the design for Lot D is not complete. The current plans aren't compliant. So there will be changes and we sincerely hope improvements to what's being proposed.
So,
okay.
Councilmember Thompson, if you're talking about expanding some of the requirements for retail frontage, that is a little different. That goes beyond what we've talked about as far as the gateway feature.
Okay. When we talked about opening up the sub-area plan, is that something that we don't have to do in order for the design features, or like, because the sub-area plan is what regulates that, correct?
The sub-area plan sets the basis for that. And Dave knows all the details of it, but I don't know at this point how much we'd have to change the plan itself and how much we could just work on the regulatory side of it.
Okay.
We probably have to do a little bit of both, is my guess. Is that a fair statement, Dave?
Yeah, and I'd also point out that with these city-owned parcels, there's also the option for the city to place additional requirements. So,
yep.
And as far as opening up the plan, you know, we've almost every year since the plan was adopted in 2009, or at least every other year, we've made some amendments to the downtown plan as development has evolved, and we've realized that there are some tweaks to be made, and it was really a revolutionary change to go to a form-based code. So there's definitely been some lessons learned along the way, and we're still doing that. So I see it more as tweaking the
okay.
development regulations than fully opening up the downtown plan.
Well, whatever we can do to get fewer blank walls, I will be super happy. A couple questions on other things we spoke about tonight. I see a lot of things for, kind of that missing middle housing that, I've heard quite a few council members address tonight. What I would really like to see, and I don't know if this is included in what's on the docket or not, is a concrete proposal for like a missing middle ordinance in Bothell. Like something to come back and say, you can build these types of housing on these types of lots now. Is that included in the current work plan with the items I've seen in there?
It could be. We hadn't really gotten that specific yet because frankly, we wanted to look more closely at what all the different options are for missing middle housing and which ones we could bring forward that we think would have the most effective results for the city. Cottage housing is very popular among planners, and some of the council have mentioned it as well. As Dave mentioned, we already have some provisions for cottage housing. We could probably do things that would open that up a little bit more, like we've been trying to do for accessory dwelling units. But as he mentioned, we haven't had really any interest from the development community to do cottage housing in Bothell. So we could put a lot of time and effort into coming up with an ordinance, but it may not produce that many units for us. Similarly with ADUs, we've made a lot of changes to those regulations. We can do more, but are we going to get the most bang for the buck? So we wanted to take a closer look at what are the other things we can do for those missing middle pieces that we're going to get a lot more results from. And I think some of the things that the council talked about tonight, which is exactly what I was hoping we would get some guidance on when we talked about duplexes on corner lots, is I heard generally from the council that you would like to expand on that and look at increasing where those are allowed, as well as adding triplexes and fourplexes to it. I think that's a bigger piece and will probably get us more in the long run. Mm-hmm. But that's something we want to look at more closely before we spend a lot of time drafting changes to our code that may or may not make a difference. Sorry, that's not a very direct answer to your question, but that's how we've been approaching it.
Director Cotterman, if there's anything I've learned in the last year, it's that I don't always get the answers that I want. So we're good. I would just emphasize what my other council members have said. We've had housing affordability as a council goal for a long time. And one of the things that frustrates me about the conversation around affordable housing is that we treat it as like this entirely separate category. like, oh, that's the subsidized affordable housing. Like, we've completely punted the idea that market rate housing could be more affordable. So anything that we can do to make movement on that, like I don't see a lot of issues that face Bothell that are more pressing than that. So I would love to see something like what we saw tonight with duplexes on corner lots, just go to 4 and make it everywhere. And whatever we can do, and again, I don't know how much time that adds to the work plan, or if that is included in the missing middle section of the work plan already. I guess, could you give me kind of an estimate of what that might take?
That I really don't feel I could tonight, because I've got to spend more time really with staff, trying to get our brains wrapped around what all that could involve. I mean, it's one of those, we could spend 20 hours, we could spend 200 hours. It really depends on how far we want to go with it.
Okay.
What I'm hearing from the council generally is there's certainly some interest in that. So when we get to the part talking about what are the priorities, what do you want to shift, I may have some ideas on how we can shift some things or combine some things to maybe move that up on the list, if the council would like to do that.
Fantastic. TDR said for sound transit. I assume that's what ST meant. Is there a particular project that we have in mind for TDR right now?
That's for the bus base.
Okay.
One of the things we've been talking to Sound Transit about ad nauseum since they proposed the bus base was we have to maintain our ability to provide capacity for a regional growth center, and we have to demonstrate that we have that capacity. And one of the ways we can do that, since they're not going to really meet the need with what they're proposing, is to take what they're not using and transfer it to other places within the regional growth center.
Okay, got it. So that's basically just to allow the bus barn without them having to meet our sub-area requirements.
It would be their way of meeting the requirements.
Got it. That's a much better way to put it. The tell the full story from the Landmark Board, I just wanted to emphasize that that's really exciting. I'm really glad to hear that the Landmark Board is taking that on. And I guess we're going to have the conversation around what to, what are the things that we possibly could lose. The one thing that I saw is like 120 hours to collect school impact fees seems like a lot of time, and I'm super happy to help the school district, but there are other issues that seem more pressing to Bothell. So as we go through and kind of figure out what our priorities are, I think that the housing affordability piece with the missing middle and ending exclusionary zoning, I would place a higher priority on that than collecting school impact fees. And that's my list.
Okay. And I realized I don't think I answered one of the deputy mayor's questions about timing of looking at the downtown regulations, the plan, and the timing relative to EF and G. My understanding, and I'm going to put our interim city manager on the spot here a little bit, is the cleanup for EF and G is still several years off. So that may not be as pressing if that's the sole focus of this, or the primary focus of it, that may not be as pressing. And I don't know if, Aaron, if you want to add anything to that.
I think you said it perfectly, Michael. We are a little ways off. We're in the stage where we are really determining what's there and the full extent of it. So it will take us a while to get to cleanup.
The one other thing I forgot to put on my list that I brought up earlier is the idea of managing parking, especially in some of the more higher intensity use areas of the city. Is that if we were just simply to look at putting 2-hour parking, or we wanted to explore all of our different options for that, is that something that would go here on the planning docket that you would be involved in?
I would say probably yes. Certainly would involve other departments because there's a public works component to that. There's an enforcement component to that. And I think the city's looked into that to some degree in the past. Before my time, I've heard talk about that, but I don't know exactly what all was done in that regard. I mean, there are other pieces to that as well. So, one of them is zone permits.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we have any of those right now. Well, actually, no, we do have those right now.
Around the school and the campus.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Yeah, and whether that would be a piece of that, I don't know. So there'd be quite a bit of research that would have to go into what are all the issues we're trying to address and what are the ways that that can be done.
Okay, that's another thing that, and I guess this is just more to my fellow council members than to you, Director Cotterman. You know, a lot of the pushback that we get and a lot of the concerns we get that are legitimate concerns from the community on some of the things that we know we need to do to move the needle on really big picture issues. Like we talk about housing affordability, we talk about climate, we talk about justice. Like a lot of the pushback we get comes from very real concern about parking. And there's a whole lot of people storing their cars in public space, and it makes it inconvenient for everybody. So, you know, as we look at all of these big tent issues, addressing just managing the resource as a first step rather than requiring more or using parking as an excuse to not take action on some of those big picture issues. I think that we should make managing our parking a priority before we you know, use it as a reason to not move the needle on those important issues.
Councilmember Agnew.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Nathan, welcome. Enjoy the city. I'm sure you will. I'll make it real quick. The Gateway, I like what you're doing. I like what we need to do. We all know what we need to do in that area. The missing affordable housing, or the missing link there, you know, I've always been a big proponent of cottage housing. If we can go with duplexes and triplexes to help all that out is great. I like the idea of doing some tree retention, or at least trying to preserve as much as we can. I like to tell the story, tell the full story. You know, I think that's great. I know there's a resource, Ray Thomas is a, are you dealing with Ray, Sarah?
Yeah, he's one of the Landmark Board members.
Yeah, he's a great resource there. I'm not going to throw a whole lot more at you. I think you guys are doing a great job. I don't know if we're ever going to solve the sign issue, though. I mean, that's been on that docket forever, and we've never gotten anywhere. So may want to just bump that off. Thank you.
Thank you. I would not recommend removing that from the list because we will have to do it at some point. So far, it hasn't risen to be a big enough issue that we have to deal with it right away. But there will come a time probably when it will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Michael, Dave, and Nathan. Nathan, welcome home to Bothell for a day or a lifetime. And I love the y'all reference that you used frequently there. So that was good to hear the y'all. I wanted to kind of recap a couple things. The Gateway sub-area plan. Thank you, Michael, for clarifying opening full plan, just the different levels that we can look at things as far as the design intent, et cetera. But thank you for clarifying that, because I think it is important to all of the council members, the Gateway, and to our community for that matter, the Gateway into our city. And so I don't know if we have an opportunity to change D at this point, or what input we can have. But if we can have some input and work with the developer to ensure that we have an outcome that's kind of generally okay to our community, I think that's important that we at least try to do that. As far as the rest of it, definitely want to make sure that we're taking a look at overall what the future development is going to look like, you know, as you come into Bothell. So thank you, Councilmember Duo, for bringing that up, and others for talking through that. I did want to talk about the affordable housing, cottage housing. Affordable housing has many terms. Transitional housing, I mean, call it what you will. But there's a much bigger picture, and I think it's understanding the complete overlay of what Bothell is going to be in the future. And I think there's a lot of work that has to go into what that's going to be. So as we start to take on our growth and we look at, you know, duplexes and triplexes, it's going to change the look and feel of Bothell over time. And so I think that we don't want to rush it and just say, let's go do a bunch of duplexes and triplexes to create affordable housing, because you could have a hodgepodge. So I would really I hope that we will spend the time that's necessary to ensure that we're making good choices for the future of what Bothell is going to be, and not just creating affordable housing or creating opportunities for affordable housing that can turn into a much different look or feel that we want. So, but I'm all for trying to find opportunities. Deputy Mayor Zorn's brought up trees, and I think a couple others talked about trees. Obviously trees are near and dear to me. I don't know if we have time to get that in this year, but where there's time, trees are an important impact, not only in our community, but regionally and throughout the world. So we just, whatever we can do to be a great tree city, I think is important. The landmark preservation, telling Bothell's story. I'm super encouraged and look forward to seeing how what that's going to bring. One of the things that I guess I would say is you're talking about it and bringing that forward and telling that story. I think it's important that you include those people, the BIPOC and Indigenous people, in the conversation on creating that story. Because I think it's important that we see it through different lenses. And in creating a story, we want them to be part of the story that they're creating. So I think it'd be important to ensure that they're part of that conversation and the narrative creating the story. The school impact fees, I'm not really, maybe I'm not sure what was on in the presentation, but are you saying that the school is taking over the impact fees and we're just putting time into doing that, or what are we saying there?
No, currently the city does not collect the fee. We require the developer, the applicant, to go to the school district and pay the fee, and then bring us a receipt basically showing that they have paid the amount. We calculate the fee, they go pay the fee at the district, and then we just check a box that they've paid it. Most other jurisdictions actually collect the fee. It's more convenient for the applicants because they're paying all their fees in one place. And because we're already calculating the fee and doing that. And typically there's an administrative cost that the city recovers from the school district when the city administers that. The school district is not really set up to collect these fees. That's something they've told us repeatedly over the last several years, and they've had this request before us in the past, and we've brought it up. We've put it on the docket and talked to the council about it. This time they've actually submitted a formal application for the code amendment, and have indicated they're willing to pay the cost of doing that. So like any other applicant for a code amendment.
Okay, so that's going to be a future benefit to us. Is that correct?
It's a benefit probably to applicants and to the district. Certainly there's a benefit to the city because there's less coordination for us. And we basically just recoup our costs. We're not, it's not a revenue generator for the city in that respect. But it simplifies things for the applicants in terms of the process.
So it's time we're spending now that we won't spend later, or are we going to be spending that time over and over and over again?
As far as collecting the fee, do you mean?
No, as far as the time that's allocated to doing, I think it was 120 hours or something like that.
Oh, that's just for that. There would be a one-time thing just to amend the code to change the collection from the district to the city.
Okay, and so that will not be ongoing, right? It's just a one-time thing.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on that it's a one-time commitment. Okay.
And the code aspect of it isn't that complicated, really. It's more about figuring out what that administrative fee would be, and we'd also have to develop an interlocal agreement with the district in addition to the code amendment to handle that.
Okay. Well, that's great. I think we're moving in the right direction on that. They definitely helps out saving time and energy and effort from everybody. So that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. The deferring of the parks, obviously, parks are near and dear to a lot of people in our community. So I know we're going through some hard times right now. We've got limited resources to do things, but I'm hoping, fingers crossed, at some point we can find some time to get back onto parks and start to find those public-private partnerships. But at this time, I'm not saying to put it in now. I just want to keep everybody's mind that parks are important. The TDR development rights, Sound Transit, Canyon Park area. There's some conversations at PSRC right now around trying to find creative ways to transfer development rights from one jurisdiction to another, maybe from one county to another. I think it is a huge opportunity for Bothell specific, because we have 2 counties. So anything that we can do, that when we're working on those TDRs, if PSRC can help, I know Murph has been doing a lot of stuff with King County around this. So anything that we can do to get some dollars from the county to help, with the TDR process, let's make sure that we definitely take that into consideration. I think, the Canyon Park is ripe. I don't know how ripe it is for the transfer development rights, not just Sound Transit, but I think there's a huge opportunity potentially for the transferring of rights based on the developments that are occurring in that area to potentially maybe do some sports fields or open space that can be community based or used. So any of the work that's being done up there, if we can, keep that in mind also on how to create. I know we're talking about open space, but how to create what type of open space to create. So those basically, I think I touched on pretty much everything that I've heard other people speak about. And I guess just in closing, I know you guys are extremely overloaded and busy right now. I know we're still trying to come out of a pandemic. I just would say that anything that we can do to collectively work on some of the things, the littler things, and find ways to incorporate them, it would be important. And what I mean by that is I think that there's, when we talk about bike lanes and we talk about ball fields and we talk about the downtown sub-area plans, anything that we can do to be creative and implement some of these conversations in there would be helpful. And I bring that up because I think that you had talked about community engagement being an expensive process. And I think if we can somehow find a way to engage with the community around the projects that are important to them, we might get more buy-in from the community, and it might be easier to get people to come out and support a lot of the things that we're trying to do. So I don't know how that looks, but I know you're extremely busy, so it's hard to do that. I'm just, maybe maybe you can, utilize council members to help out, when they're doing council meetings or whatever out in the public, whatever we got to do to try to get to bring the community to us as much as us go to them, because we've tried that before. And I just really want to make sure that we use your time wisely and get the buy-in from the community as well through this process this year. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one quick note on the TDR program. There are a couple of separate tasks here that are related, and we'll do a little bit of combination on them. One is specific to the bus base, and that's the Sound Transit, because we need to address that to make it work, to make the plan work as well. But the other item that's been on the docket for a couple of years that has been, I know, a priority for the commission as well as the council in the past is to look at what TDR programs exist in King and Snohomish counties and how Bothell might participate in those. So that's really the first step in this, and that's something that I've actually got on Nathan's work program, if that goes forward, is to do some of that research as we're working on the Canyon Park TDR program. The other piece of it that you mentioned about ball fields and additional open space, another key part of the implementation of the Canyon Park sub-area plan in particular is that bonus incentive program that Nathan touched upon. So that's part of the implementation that we would look at. And it's not a TDR program per se, but it's another way to get some of those additional amenities in that sub-area, in the Regional Growth Center in particular, by allowing some additional development capacity on specific sites. So there are a couple different ways that we're looking at that.
Yeah, thank you. That's amazing. Great opportunity all around. So we can have our growth, but we can also have open space and places for kids and families to get out and get active. So that's amazing. So continue that great work.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll just start off by saying, Michael, Dave, Nathan, Sarah, thank you very much for the presentation. I think it really highlights how much work that you accomplish. I appreciated, taking a look back at 2020, and we know how much was planned and how much kind of just jumps in and impacts those plans, the best laid plans. So with the plan that we have going forward, I like everything that I'm seeing in here. I'm definitely looking forward to what you and your team can work with the developers for Lot D. Thanks for clarifying that, this was just the draft submittal. This is the first iteration, and it will be a process. And we do have some levers, some teeth in there. Moving forward with E, F, and G, I think if it's possible, and it doesn't sound as imminent with the longer schedule for the cleanup on that, but I think it would be in our best interest to put more of those design guidelines or regulations for that gateway that we did come to a consensus on, came together on those items. One item that came up, the parking management. I know this is always a very challenging subject because it does pull in so many of the different groups, but I think it's getting closer and closer to being raising to the level that it makes it onto the docket. I don't know if it's for sure this year, but I think it definitely needs to happen sooner than later, just because as we continue to develop and increase the density, that it'll just become more pronounced, and we do need to manage it, have some plan in place. Otherwise, it'll just continue to spiral, I think, on what I'm seeing out there. So that would be my kind of addition, is the parking management, but I think that one might be too big of a lift, and it might chop off too many of the other important pieces this year.
And I would just note on that, there is an item on the docket that we've deferred in the past because it wasn't funded, and that's the I think basically the phase 2 downtown parking requirements. And some of that predates me. Dave, can you talk a little bit about what all that scope was intended to include? Is that a parking management plan, or is there more to that?
It is a parking management plan. The downtown plan, in the comp plan portion of the downtown plan, there's a fairly extensive description of a very holistic parking management plan that deals with parking enforcement, deals with a fee in lieu program, which really calls for creating some public parking that developers, especially of small info lots, could buy into through a fee in lieu. It's a pretty ambitious program looked at holistically. It could be broken down into more manageable pieces, but it's something that is going to require some budget as well as beyond just putting it on the docket.
Yeah, and that was the other point I wanted to make on that, is that we've kept it on the docket, but we've noted that there is funding required with that, because we would need outside consultants and expertise to help us with that. And I don't know what the dollar amount would be. Maybe we have an estimate in the past, but we'd probably want to revisit that. Just anticipating a possible question from a council member.
You saw me unmute.
We do have an estimate from 2016, but we would want to take another look at that.
Yeah, and again, it depends on how we might restructure that too.
What if instead of like opening up a whole plan and like looking at fee in lieu and all of those different elements, we simply looked at like managing and enforcement? And obviously there's like multiple things going on there as well, because then we have to do the enforcement, then we have to find budget for it. But I mean, as of right now, do we even know what that budget is we'd need to find if we just wanted to manage it?
We did some estimates back then we could pull those out, dust them off, and bring them back if there was interest.
Okay, Mayor, I'm sorry I jumped in and took your time. I owe you an apology.
Appreciate the acknowledgement there. So yeah.
So,
go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. So at this point, I've heard, I guess, maybe 4 items that I had some consensus, it seemed, from the council as far as additional items or reprioritization. One was the downtown gateway. I'll just call it design regulations, for lack of a better term at this point. Obviously, we'd have to scope that a little bit more. Tree protection, the missing middle housing, and parking management. Did I miss any? Or are those the 4?
I think those are the 4.
Okay. So my next question is, where do you want to put those in the priority list? Because wherever it goes, it's going to push other items further down the list and they'll fall off for this year. Unless you want to, reprioritize. I know this is the tough part. And every year you ask me what I think we should do, and every year I tell you that's really your choice. These are your priorities. This is your work program that we implement. So not making a statement one way or the other about what's important, what's not important. Everything on the docket obviously is important, or it wouldn't be on the docket.
So I guess perhaps we go around now that everyone has had their opportunity to speak about the items, and I think we've kind of defined those 4 items. So I guess that's the discussion now on which ones to move forward, what impacts they have to the priorities, and what, if anything, gets knocked off, and those would replace it. So Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I can't deal with just one screen, so I don't have the docket pulled up. But I mean, I guess
share it if you like.
That would be super helpful, actually, if you don't mind.
I can remember where I put it.
I think the trick is like comparing hours, right? So at what point is it council, not a mandate, it's council priorities?
Yes, starting with number 6.
Okay. So we're doing we did the short plots tonight. We did the duplexes tonight. I mean, I guess to me, it seems like we could remove some of, I mean, micro apartments, missing middle, and cottage housing are on here. So, I mean, I guess I'm just thinking, it sounds like staff has the ability, or, needs some time to think about which of these is most pressing in terms of affordable housing that we think will make the biggest difference. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, I would kind of lump E, F, and G together in terms of letting you guys decide which of those is the most pressing. I mean, I know you said we don't have cottage housing plans, but is that because we don't have an ordinance? I'm not sure. It seems like it, the missing middle you've already got. So it seems like if we wanted to expand corner lots to triplexes or all lots to be able to have duplexes, that would fall under F. And I mean, maybe that just bumps up from micro apartments unless there's some pressing need for micro apartments. I don't know where that particular item's coming from and how pressing that is.
So I do have a suggestion here that might along the lines of where I think you were heading, which is we can combine some of these or change the order in which we address them.
Yeah.
So the micro apartments it goes along with the private amendment request we had for the GDC overlay.
Got it.
And there's a site there that the developer is interested in doing micro apartments on across from Husky Village. There's also another site out on 522 that the same developer is interested in doing micro apartments. So if we want to encourage that type of housing, we would need to do some amendments this year in order to enable that to occur. Because right now our regulations really don't address those adequately. As far as the missing middle, the ADUs and the cottage housing, what we were thinking is we would really focus more on the ADUs in the next couple of quarters and see what we could do to facilitate more development of those. But we could shift our emphasis to the missing middle piece and focus on that more first. And then what might come out of that would be something along the lines of doing more in terms of cottage housing amendments or ADU amendments or, the duplex, triplex, fourplex. But we would focus initially just on that whole missing middle piece rather than ADUs. So in terms of timing, that would be a higher priority. And it wouldn't necessarily push anything off the list, just changes our initial focus. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me. I mean, it's like I said, it's already on the list. Where it falls on the list, I leave to you. But it seems like we had a pretty, I don't know. I felt like a pretty good call to action on duplexes and triplexes this evening. So I guess that's where I go there. It sounds like, the development or design regulations around the downtown sub area, specifically for EF and G, can go in 2021. I think we need to tag it though that we can't lose sight of that. And then the tree ordinance, that's also, can we trade that for something else in the council priority list? I guess that's the question. And what would it be? And that I don't know, but it seems like this is the right place to make that change or to swap out.
The two main areas of council priority are the housing strategy, all those items that we have listed there, as well as Canyon Park. And a lot of the Canyon Park ones are new that came out of adoption of the plan. Several things that we weren't able to get to in the plan that we wanted to now work on. I would say the only one that's really, the MFTE, I think, is what I've heard is still a council priority. And that's one where we think we'll get a lot of benefit. There's been a lot of interest expressed in an MFTE program by potential housing developers. So that's one that the staff thinks is really worth getting done. And we think we can get that done in the first couple of quarters.
Well, and having gone on tours of affordable housing projects and low income projects, every single one of them said it couldn't have happened without the MFTE. Mm-hmm. So I think that's why council feels the way they do about that. But I don't want to speak for everybody. I guess I would just say that, it seems like we can put off the design regulations for EF and G, and then it's just the tree ordinance. And anyway, I guess I've said my piece. I'll let other people speak. But I do remember, and I will say, because I was here for the parking studies, my memory about the parking studies was that to implement a parking management plan, regardless of what it was, whether it was tickets or, so tickets all of them cost money, and not a little bit of money. So tickets cost extra time in court. And then people that have to write the tickets. If you do, from my memory, if you do paid meter thing, then the upfront costs are quite high because you have to purchase those. Not to mention what you have to do to the sidewalks to install them. And so I think that's why they were put off, is because given our structural deficit, how do we pay for that? And that's why it's been put off as long as it has. And I'm only saying that because I know some of you weren't on council when that last discussion happened. So with that, I'll let somebody else weigh in.
The other thing I would note about parking management, regardless of which direction the city goes on that ultimately, there's a lot of public engagement involved in that. Downtown businesses in particular are, in my experience, never happy about any kind of enforcement of downtown parking. They all want it, but not in front of their business.
Right. Right. Well, and then the thing is, you get diminishing returns if you do tickets, because once people kind of learn that they're going to get a ticket, so that's diminishing returns, but you're still having to pay, you know. So anyway,
I think you've highlighted the complexities of
yeah, it was complicated, and you know, maybe we need to solve our fiscal outlook before we pile on an ongoing maintenance and operations expense. Is, I guess, what we had decided.
One other area we could look at is the Canyon Park implementation. And I hesitate to do that because they're all important to the implementation of the plan. But the PSRC certification may be on hold pending the outcome of the appeal, and the appeal could take several months. So there may be some hours there. I don't know yet. That's something we've got to talk to PSRC a little bit more about. We would like to get that done sooner rather than later. Obviously, that's important in terms of transportation funding. So as long as we're under appeal, I think we're okay with PSRC. They would acknowledge that. But we also want to make sure that if they are going to anticipate that we would still get that done this year, that we're prepared to do that. So I offer that up as a possibility, but we'd have to look at that a little more closely.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. You're really good. I put that up a while ago. I think, to me, that as we look at these 4 items, that missing middle housing is like 1, 2, and 3, and the other ones are 4A, 4B, and 4C. So I would say, like, and I guess this would be a question, like, and I know this seems really easy to me, but like, we just did something for duplexes on corner lots. How much more time does it take to say, make it 4 and make it everywhere? Like, obviously there's more that goes into it than that, but like, is that, I mean, that seems like low hanging fruit as compared to like creating a brand new code for micro apartments. Am I way off base on that?
It's probably simpler than creating a whole new code. I'm not sure if it's a whole new code for micro apartments. You know, we're not starting from zero on any of these. We have something to work with. The hesitation I have on that is just how much public engagement we'd end up needing to do when you introduce those different types of housing in single family neighborhoods. Sometimes that can raise a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. And when we get into that level of engagement, you know, more of a citywide type of engagement, that can be an incredible time drain on staff. It's not to say it isn't important and it shouldn't be done, but just recognizing that that's going to take a lot more staff time to do, and it's going to delay the completion of the project. And just like with Canyon Park last year, when that happens and it starts to drain a lot of staff time into that particular project, then everything else slides as a result. That's just how it works. And I just want to make the council aware of that. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm not saying it's a problem. That's just a reality that we deal with.
What kind of, I guess, what kind of public engagement would you recommend for something like that? I know Kirkland did this last year, and they did this at the very beginning of the pandemic, and I don't know what kind of outreach they did, but I'd be curious to go back and see that. So I guess what would you suggest for that?
Well, at the very least, I would want to have some informational meetings, either online open houses or similar to what we did with Canyon Park last summer. You know, we had an online, not just an online open house that was self-guided, but we actually had small group discussions. We had breakout rooms, and I think reaching out to, you know, different neighborhood groups that we know exist out there. really trying to get a better handle on just how we want to engage all of those different folks. I think we'd also want to talk to the development community and see if they would develop that type of housing.
I mean, I would assume that like the overall development community wouldn't necessarily do that. It would be more the smaller developers that over time would be able to do something like that. You know, somebody who, instead of downsizing, they can turn their house into a duplex and rent part of it out, and then they can afford to stay in their place and age in place is one of the buzzwords we like to say. Like, I mean, the people that are going to do something like that aren't going to be part of the development community that we'd reach out to. Like,
I agree that that's one piece of it, but I think one of the suggestions I heard earlier was maybe it just applies in new development. And in that case, you're talking about developers that usually work on a large scale. Would they build that, that type of product in a subdivision, for example? Yeah. And some developers might and others wouldn't. I mean, in previous lives, other places that I've worked, we would put things in the code to allow different types of housing, but the development community, they're not likely to go into a new market type without some evidence it's going to be successul. And nobody wants to be the first one and find out that it doesn't work. So there's more to it. And then financing also, would banks finance that type of development?
Of the main adds to time, I mean, most of what you said wasn't like actually being able to just like do the code and make the decision. I guess, so how much of that extra time in terms of developer outreach, all of that, like how much of that are we putting on ourselves? And like, would it be easier to just do it? And then if they don't build that, like we are not out that much time?
That's a decision that the council could make, yes. If that's how you want us to proceed, we can do that. I think in this instance, we're going to have to do some at least informational outreach to let people know that it's happening and see what kind of reaction we get, and then respond to it accordingly.
Perfect. And that's fine. I'm not in any way saying we shouldn't do any outreach at all. I just, if it starts to be like the primary amount of time that it takes, then I don't know. I would like to see movement on this because, obviously all of us up here have done a significant amount of public outreach. And one of the things that I heard over and over and over again while I was campaigning is my kids can't afford to live here, or I would love to be able to live here long-term, but I'm renting my house. And if my landlord raises the rent, there's no way I'm going to be able to afford to live here. Like, so there's a significant amount of people out there that have already given feedback that they'd like us to move on this. So I will just leave it at that. Between the other three, I mean, like Councilmember Dewar said, I mean, we've got a little bit of time before EF and G sell. P South, it might be a little bit sooner. But, the design elements I would probably place at the end of the priority list. And I mean, the parking management and tree ordinance, to me, it would just depend on which one is going to be easiest to fit in. Basically, which one is going to, give us the most bang for our buck in terms of staff time.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my comments would be more around what do you feel we need to make as a priority? Is this list established what you feel we need to be successful for this year? Or do you feel if we were to add these 4 additions and change some things around that we could be taking away from something we should be doing?
Fair question, council member. I'm not sure I can give you the best answer to that because, again, these are really the council's priorities. We've put together what we think is realistic for us to accomplish this year, or at least get started this year. That's not to say that one is more important than the other. I look at it from a more pragmatic standpoint. What do I think we can get done through that lens of what are the things we have to do? What are the things that are priorities for the council? And then everything else is optional. So we've included some things in here that are optional. And we've tried to incorporate what we think are the council's priorities. One of the things I've heard on the missing middle, for example, is we can increase the priority on that by shifting some hours around from some other housing related tasks that we had and focusing more initially, at least on the missing middle housing. So I think everything that we have on here, to answer your question, I think everything we have on here is important. I'm looking to the council to tell me if something is more important for you at this time. Was that appropriately evasive enough, or did I?
Yeah, and I understand. I guess I understand why you're presenting that way, because I would present that way also. But I get it because it is our priorities, right? But at the same time, I feel like in the past we may not have looked at this holistically as, okay, like you brought up Kenyon Park as a prime example. You might have 2 months to shift Kenyon Park and delay that work a little bit. But what happens if PSRC comes back and they want that certification? Everything's got to be in place. And now we've diverted some of that time away from one thing, and now we've got to go back to another. So, you know, we don't work within the city hall. So we don't fully get to grasp every little aspect of what you do. So we rely on you as the professionals. And I'd say, yes, this is our priority. But as a council person, I want to ensure that the decisions that I'm making on what to include and what to not include aren't going to affect holistically the overall goal and what we want to accomplish throughout the entire year. So as an example, if we add the trees, but we take away something, and I don't know what that something would be, and the something that we take away is actually potentially relating to something else that's actually important, and we don't finish the trees this year, and we don't finish the other thing that we should have finished this year, that is a conflict to me. Mm-hmm. I can't answer that question. I mean, I'm trying mentally. Parking is an example. Councilmember Doer brought this up. I sat through all those meetings with parking, and I don't care to hear about parking problems anymore, but we have to, right? We have to figure out a solution. But if we spend that much time working on parking this year, is there other things that are important that need to get done that are not going to get done because of the resources that are being allocated to that? And that's my fear. My fear is we're going to make a decision on these 4 items tonight that are adversely going to affect something that we're not necessarily thinking all the way through tonight. That's all. I know we'll ultimately make a good decision regardless of what it is. I just wanted to bring that up, that I have a concern about this.
No, and that's fair, and I appreciate that. And I think you've really you've landed on the crux of the challenge that we all have here in terms of prioritizing, because there will be implications to anything that we don't do, even things that we've deferred for a few years. There are implications to that. There are impacts to people as a result of not doing some comp plan amendments until 2024. So those are decisions that this council and previous councils have made, and the staff takes that into consideration as we develop this proposed docket. The other thing that I would tell you is, and how I use this as we go through the year, is these are the council's priorities. You've given us the direction of what you want us to spend the bulk of our time on. If we run into an issue that is going to result in a delay of that project, we will shift those resources to get something else done that's also on the list. Probably the next thing on the list, if we think we can get it done, or we may move down the list a little bit further if we know it's still a priority and we can actually get something accomplished in that additional time that's come up. The flip side of that is when other things come up that we hadn't anticipated or that are going to take a lot of time, like the appeal, some of these things that are on your list of priorities will get delayed. And those are decisions that I make as the director in terms of sometimes having to shift these our resources to the different priorities as we go along based on what the current situation is and what the resources are that are available to work on that and what we think we can realistically accomplish. So if it's a huge change, I'm going to bring that back to the council. If it's more of juggling things and delaying a few things to get something else done, that's a call that I will make as the director.
All right, thank you. And so what is it then, I guess asking the question, is it possible to plug in asterisks and say, okay, these are what we're wishing for? Maybe make a couple adjustments, but like for instance, parking. I mean, that's a big one, right? That's gonna be a big time consuming thing. Trees, I don't know how much time that is, but we want it to happen. And if it can happen, if we can fit it in where something's delayed, then we fit it in that spot. Or do we have to make the decision, yeah, we're going to change it up tonight, and then we're basically stuck with the decision we make tonight? I guess, is there an opportunity there to, if like Canyon Park gets delayed and you feel like we can go work on parking or trees or gateway or affordable housing, can we fill it that way? I guess is a question.
And I think the short answer is yes. If you want to identify some items that you direct staff to say, if time becomes available, then this is the next thing we'd like you to work on. That's one reason these are in a particular order. So,
okay. So I'm kind of for that option, is backfilling with the priority. That's just my opinion.
And understand we may not get to them this year, but they're still a priority, and if we can, we will.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. Yes, and I really liked your last answer, David, because we've talked about things that are important to all of us. We haven't talked a little about the parks issue, and so I'm a little concerned that we have deferred this until 2022 because I think our parks are really critically important. So if we're going to put together a list of, if you have time to do this, we might move to take some time on some of the issues that we say are important. On a list that doesn't really tell us exactly when, but we'll leave it to your decision to see if there's some way you can bring it forward, such as tree protection, parking management. Those two, I want to say, I know they're important, but I don't know what tree protection we have in place right now. So it's hard for me to say we need to move forward on something that I don't even know what we've got now. So, but I would, agree with Councilmember McNeil that what we're kind of wanting, but we will put it on the list because that's not what you have time to do at this point. I think if I was going to say, the first thing I was very impressed with was your affordable housing piece. And you talked about micro apartments and that some people now are really interested in those. So, I leave it up to your judgment to make the decision about what should be looked at under the housing. I think you did a great job on this. I really appreciate the missing middle. That's here. And on the Gateway project, we talked a lot about putting some amendments or regulations into it and not opening it up totally. So I think you're right on track with everything, and parking and tree protection are ones that I would kind of put on a second list back, because if you have time, I think it'd be great. But it takes a lot of time. I know it does. And let me tell you, just so you know, I was at a chamber meeting last week where they think parking's important, but they don't really want to restrict people's number of hours that they can spend shopping and lunching and being in our town. So while they would really like to see something, at the same time, they don't want to see people not being able to have time to spend in the city. So with that, I will leave it up to your judgment.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just one quick clarification. I want to be very clear about the pros plan. And when we talk about the deferral of that item, all we're deferring is the integration of that into the comprehensive plan. So the pros plan is adopted, it's in place, the Parks Department is using that. We just need to incorporate that at some point as the parks element of the comprehensive plan. And I did talk to Director Stroop about that, and I said, if we don't do that until next year, will that be a problem in terms of any funding or anything like that? And he said, no, absolutely not. And they don't have the resources this year to really put into doing that either. So it's not affecting anything that the Parks Department is doing. It's really more of a growth management requirement. And we don't see any harm in deferring that till next year.
Thank you for your clarification. I appreciate that.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Oh my goodness, lots of good ideas here. I appreciate that everyone is respecting. Ms. Agard asked that we not touch number 11, the Shoreline Master Program, and I'm glad nobody suggested putting that on the chopping block. And I also appreciated Councilmember McNeil's observation that if you do big sweeping changes through the city, that becomes very time consuming. And I'm sure that's, you know, stating the obvious to those of you who are in the trenches all the time, but it's a good thing to be mindful of. Another question that I have, or a consideration, is when we talk about the missing middle and smaller projects, like cottage housing, it would be nice if we set up missing middle so that other varied developers could come in and be part of it that aren't typically part of revitalizing areas. So it's not always a big developer, but maybe it's a smaller developer who wants to put in cottage housing, or even just a single homeowner who wants to do those changes, but where we can get more variety in our housings that draw in different kinds of ways that we develop. Who does that project would be fabulous, which I know that I'm just stating the obvious. So thank you for humoring me. The other thing that I wanted to ask, with these two projects that are at the east and west ends of town, thinking about Lot A and the variance that we gave to allow more density for them. Wasn't it for Lot A that we allowed more density specifically to Lot A?
We allowed for increased height, yes, and some parking amendments as well.
So I'm looking at, you know, completely removing the 3-story overlay, which we've had this conversation before. You're going to get pushback from people whose homes abut the general downtown corridor. Would we save time and energy and time and more time if we just isolate those two projects and give them a variance on it versus opening up all of the general downtown corridor and opening up that kettle of fish?
We wouldn't be able to do a variance per se. That's a very specific legal term under state statute.
Okay, all right.
The requirements for a variance is very restrictive, and it wouldn't qualify under that. But what we would still have to look at removal of that overlay for at least a portion of the GDC. And I think one of the things that Dave mentioned in the presentation is one of the first steps with the Planning Commission would be to define what area we'd be talking about. So is it the entire GDC along Beardsley, for example, along the north side of Beardsley, or is it just a portion of that? So that would be one way to limit the scope of it.
If it saved us time and it allowed us to save trees, but still allowed those projects to move forward in a meaningful way, I would advocate for that.
And that's one of the first things we would explore.
Okay.
As part of that process.
Okay. Yeah, and backfilling is great. I still think trees is pressing. It's other cities have long are years ahead of us in this. I don't want to make it a complicated process. I just want to be a little more proactive than we are. But thank you for being accommodating and listening to our concerns and our wishes, and thinking about the city's health in whole, and how it has to be integrated with the other departments. So my thanks to all of you guys for what you bring to the table and making this happen, and letting us be part of that conversation.
Well, we appreciate the guidance. It's important. That's the only way we're going to be successful as a city to do that. I would say on the tree preservation, I know the council just adopted a tree ordinance about 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago. So I'm not as familiar with it, but
you want to hear what I remember of it?
Beg pardon?
Do you want to hear what I remember of it?
Well, I was going to say we'll go back and take a look at it and see.
Have them do it. It's from when I asked Bruce, he said what we created only applies to 2 properties now. So, but get confirmation on that.
And I hadn't heard that before, and I do want to find out some more about that. If that's the case, it may be a matter of just taking what we have and expanding it geographically as opposed to revising the code. So, and that's a different type of work program.
Okay.
but we'll look into that some more.
Okay, thank you.
If I don't want to cut anybody off, Mayor, but if I may, in the interest of time, I think I've heard some direction. I wanted to just confirm.
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly on mine, just what I've heard, and after looking at the list again, I think kind of your offering of slightly adjusting the missing middle, and doing that reorg on that time within our priorities already, I think is a smart use of the budgeting. And I think the items that we're identifying here is, I think they're just creeping up or climbing the priority list, but I don't think they break into the 2021. And kind of how other council members have, spoken about this, is if something gets delayed or held up, that's some of these, maybe the tree protection is small enough that it can squeeze in there. I think the parking is definitely a larger, longer term item. I just wanted to talk about it and raise the awareness on it, that I think we still need to talk about that one. But with our budget issues, that 2021 probably isn't the proper time for that. Okay, I said that, so I'll anxious to hear what you kind of summarize what you've heard so far.
Actually, you did a great job of just summarizing pretty much what I was going to say. I was going to put some priority numbers to them, just to sort of confirm what I think I've heard. So the missing middle seemed to be a priority for this year, and we'll keep that at number 6, and we'll review the hours that we have allocated within number 6, and maybe shift some of those around a little bit to do more of a focus, an initial focus on that missing middle, and see where we need to go from there in terms of code amendments. So that is something we'll work on this year. The code amendments may come next year, but we'll initiate that work and see how far we get. For the other 3, I think we're looking at probably deferring for this year, but we'll put them in that next tier right below number 11. So if we're keeping 11 there, and 11, as Dave mentioned, we're intending to start toward the end of the year, and that would roll into 22 to do all of the 3 items that we have under that, because there's the staffing of the Shoreline Management Board that it requires some staff time as well. So that's one reason we put that a little bit later in the year. So we would put, I'd have trees as number 12, and I think we'd start with a review of what our code currently does and doesn't do, and look at some other jurisdictions and see what we might want to use as a model if we decide to come forward with something, if we have time, I should say, to come forward with something. Then the gateway treatment would be number 13. And number 14 would be, well, 14 is actually still on here. It's not 14. Parking management is still on here, and number 8, 8C. So I think we would continue to leave it there and just note that is deferred pending, additional analysis and funding for the next phase. So the council would have this discussion again next year about, where that is in the priority list, and funding for that. Those would be my suggestions as far as changes to this. So it leaves most of it intact. And again, we'll shift some things around. We'll put the asterisks on the parking, the trees, and the gateway to say, if other time comes up, then we'll bring those up on the list. Is that a fair assessment of where we ended up?
I believe so. I think that was an even better summary than I attempted, so thank you. So I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand about any objections. So our recommended action is approval of the 2021 planning docket, I guess, as amended by kind of these summaries.
Yes, that's what we're asking for this evening.
All right. Councilmember Dewar.
I move the recommended action with amendments as just proposed by Community Development Director.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
And I would second that.
All right, thank you. So I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve the 2021 planning docket as amended by Director Cotterman with a second by Councilmember McAuliffe. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none. City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Great. Thank you, Michael, and your entire team for a great discussion. Lots of important issues that we're discussing, and I think everyone really got a great chance to speak and express their priorities and develop the council priorities as a whole. So I guess you can just get to work now.
Okay.
Easy peasy.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and also all the council members as well. This has been a very helpful discussion. I know it's never an easy one and never a fun one, but it gives us some very helpful guidance as we work through the year, because as we've said, this is a very important work program for the city, and we want to make sure that we reflect the priorities of the council and allocate the resources as best we can to accomplish those things. So I also want to thank Chair Kiernan for sitting through all of this very patiently. Appreciate that. And we had allotted an hour for this. We ended up taking 2. So I think I probably owe the city clerk some chocolate and probably my new boss as well. But thanks everyone for all the discussion. This is very helpful.
All right. So I'll just go through the process and say we have one more item on the agenda for council conversations. If we have any appetite or any subjects. I'm not seeing anything. Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple things. One is I'm hoping I can get a new yellow card. I am missing my yellow card, so I just need to get a new one. The other one is I'm not sure if everybody is familiar with some devastating news that happened to one of the members of our community, our senior center. If you guys are not following it, they had 7 or 8 vehicles where the catalytic converter was cut out of the vehicles. They're approximately $2,000 a piece to replace those. So they could be anywhere from $16,000 to $20,000 worth of loss last night. So they're having troubles. You know, a lot of members of our community have stepped up, so it's amazing. People are stepping up, helping to get the food delivered. But if you can, just reach out, see if the senior center can use any of your help. I know Brooke is working relentlessly to try to keep them moving forward and helping the families within our community. But you know, maybe we can take a look at the NPRSA, what they can do to keep those vehicles secured. The 2 more things. One is I'm not sure if you guys have heard the news about the camping on Mercer Island. It became a big hot topic here the last couple days, but more to come on that. But pay close attention to camping in parks. Mercer Island just had a meeting on that. And then lastly, I don't always like to put plugs in. I like to say it, but I don't like to plug it. But I think it's really important that we start thinking about parks as far as the mental stability and social issues around youth. And I think it's going to be important that we find ways to keep our fields open. Especially right now, we took the funding away from the replacement of one of our fields or the fields that we have. which we had to do with budget cuts and things like that. But I think it's going to be important that we find ways to find public-private partnerships to work with us to create new field opportunities, because our fields are in poor condition. And if they continue to go down, then they're going to get shut down. And I think right now, having been out coaching kids over the last 4 weeks and seeing what it's doing to them mentally and giving them an outlet and a place to be around their friends, I think it's going to be more important than ever to get these kids out and allow them spaces. So I often talk about how important they are, but more now than ever, these fields are critically important to our youth, getting them out and getting them active. So thank you.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yeah, this may tag into that a little bit. Last week when we were talking about fire impact fees, we talked about how grossly under they were compared to everybody else's. And I think we need to take another look at impact fees. I think we need to take a look at both the fire impact fees, but also the park impact fees. Are we getting what we should be getting? Are we not? It may be a little bit of a revenue that we can help out the parks and we can help out else. So I think we need to reevaluate that at some point in time.
Councilmember McAuliffe. You're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to bring something up that I know we have no control over, but I think that I've been called a couple times by a young man who's been with QFC for 42 years. He's asked me to bring up that frontline workers deserve to have a little bit more money on their paychecks because they're there every day. And they're there when everybody else is staying safe. They're on the front lines. So I just want to say, because I told him I'd bring this up, we might be better off, we have no control over how much they're paid per hour. It might be good if we could just remember to tell them thank you. Every time we go to a grocery store or the frontline workers, maybe we could just emphasize how much we appreciate them always being there. So then I can tell Ted that I had brought it up.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I have a mute problem here. No, I'm glad Councilmember McAuliffe brought that up, because my children get after me because I know, shocking, I make small talk with everyone. And that is one thing that I do enjoy connecting when I do go through grocery outlines and lines, and they say, how are you? And I'll be like, well, how are you doing? And, tell me, is everybody behaving themselves? And it's a hard, tedious job, and people aren't necessarily mindful of the person who's ringing up their groceries. So thank you for saying that. And then Councilmember McNeil talking about public-private partnerships. I dream that dream so often. I hope that we can start making those things happen in a variety of contexts, the parks and playground equipment. And then Councilmember Agnew, you were talking about impact fees, and I remember you talking about a 1% art fee in other stop. And I have some information. Evidently, we can't do that. There's a state law against that, which is kind of a bummer. However, there's, I guess, there's looking into maybe being able to use in lieu fees for art. So I don't know, but that discussion's happening because I know we care about our arts too. And the catalytic converters, I just, been hearing about that in the news, and that's close to home and in a big way. I'm sorry to hear that. So everybody hang in there. I'm proud of you all. And snow was, I hope you all have fun with the snow this weekend. Nobody in new casts, so that's good, or braces, so that's good.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a few things to say about bikes. Don't worry, it should only take about 20 minutes. I'm joking, and thank you all for coming tonight.
Mayor Olson.
You're on mute.
Sorry. We can share Councilmember Agnew's presentation if he'd like.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Let's finish it off with that.
Got 5 minutes, Tom.
Is someone talking?
I don't hear anybody.
I don't know.
I'm going to assume that Tom is saying something about firefighters. Tom, we can't hear you.
Muted, Tom.
There we go.
Okay, I'm trying to, Robin, did you bring this up or did I?
I brought it up, Tom.
Okay, do you want to run through the slides? Okay, yeah, just go back one.
Let's see, give me just a
Oh,
second.
no, you can just stay there. 8 o'clock this morning, BC Van Spandock, Bruce Micah, and Mark Notaris all showed up at Shoreline Fire at Station 61, and they went through a class on how to give shots. We went out, we put a kit together. This was one of the first houses we went to. All those gents are in the back. Probably 80% of what we did was paperwork. You want to go to the next?
I'm trying. Let's see. Well, wouldn't you know, I can start it, but now I can't keep it going. No. Sorry, there we go.
You're on mute again, Tom.
These are just some of the people that we gave the shots to. If you want to run through the next one. This gentleman, he didn't like it much. He wasn't really happy about that. You want to hit the next one? This lady never woke up for her shot, so it must have been painless. You want to go to the next one? This gal, we had to do it in her right arm because she just fell down yesterday and her left arm was all bruised up. You want to go to the next one? This gentleman, you know, he was just having a good time there. He was watching Fiddler on the Roof because that's his favorite movie. This guy, he was a conductor on an engine. He had a big picture of a caboose in his house, and he was telling me about how he was always on that caboose. This gentleman, he had a pretty good time. He kind of looked at me. I told him to look at me because he was afraid of getting the shot from Micah. This gentleman was a little bit of a talker too. He sat up in the upstairs apartment. Mark gave him his injection. This gentleman, his son just passed the captain's test in the Bellevue Fire Department. He was proud of him for that. So we gave him his. This gal, she didn't talk a lot, but she sure liked her National Geographics. She kept those all around for her. You know, they do an exceptional job, both ALS and BLS. They don't ask for a lot of recognition. They just want to do their job. Day was started many days going out to the community and serving the people. And on March 16th, these same people will go out and treat these same folks for their second dose. And I think that's the end of it. Not long, but
amazing work, Tom.
They did the work.
Please pass along when you talk to them that bottom of my heart would thank you from the community. So thank you.
Yeah, they did a great job.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I wanted to share it earlier when we were doing that. And then I didn't want to bring it up at the end because everybody's tired and everybody wants to go home. But, you know, that's just some of the people. And we gave out twice as many shots, but the other half were caregivers. And I didn't want to, I should have taken more pictures of the caregivers, but I wanted you to see the folks that live around us and their characters. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate it. What you're doing and what our people are doing. Thank you.
All right. Night, everybody.
Night.
Night, night.